没有啦，快最近打高烧，我不知道，勁脆嗰啲冇剎車嗰啲，勁脆嗰啲全冇剎車，勁脆咯，勁靠嗰啲冇剎車，唔要講嗰啲咁正嘅，不是。Nice, nice, nice. Nice, 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 nice. Anjingnya itu kenapa ya guys ya?
Oh, actually, it's gonna be Feather of Heaven, and it's just gonna make it harder for them to catch him. So, yeah, so far, Zeta Division making the correct decisions. They're making all the right moves. Mythic Seal going for broke.
A little bit too close there for comfort. Zeta Division now moving together as a 5-man unit. Still just managing the minion waves, pushing them out to continue the pressure. 58 seconds until the next Lord spawns. Mythic Seal definitely will have the wave clear that they need to clear up the minion waves. Quickly check if you can contest the Lord or defense. If ever things don't go Mythic Seal's way, they're gonna need to send Nico back to clear up and defend.
That's true. I think the defense is just going to be so crucial. Again, Nico is actually the main damage dealer for some reason. The King Flash's damage, even on a solo shadow kill target, is just not enough to take out most members of Zeta Division for some reason, right? I'm not sure why. But yeah, it's just not as good as they think. Oh, look at that.
Zeta Division threw everything at RubyDD, thinking they'll be able to take him down. They'll be able to get away to safety. However, they did force the flicker out of the Ruby, so they don't have to worry about the sudden surprise from the I'm Offended, either pulling them way too far back or for RubyDD just to show up out of nowhere. It will be an honest, very foreseeable I'm Offended ultimate from the Ruby. Boy, it gets spotted out here. Kun, perfect position alongside Nico. Kun with a petrify. Lancelot brought down really low. 10 still alive, holding on despite the feathered airstrike. And the last hit was not able to take 10 down as it was targeted to another member of Zeta Division. Mythic Seal are gonna need to go for broke now at this point because the Lancelot is down. They're gonna need to try and rush it, but they're still trying to go for the slow take. They think it's way too risky unless they're waiting for the Lancelot to bait him in closer. Entry by Kun, spotted out by Kani. The reset attempt not gonna get completed. Boy, he misses the tectonic charge.
Goblok,
And
asalnya
Nico
dapat
miraculously
anjing.
gets the Lord. A mid laner got it earlier, and another mid laner gets it again. But King Flash falls. 2 members of Mythic Seal are gone. 10 is gone for Zeta Division. Kun trying to hold in front of Kani and Moiminet. The damage
Oh my God.
of the Yuzhong, the sustainability keeping him alive.
Oh my God.
Boye now able to assist with the Rampart. And Mythic Seal march with their Lord. Zeta has to defend Rockhart.
That was a huge team fight, non-stop action coming in from Mythic Seal and Zeta Division, and for some reason our mid laners are just so damn good at last hitting Lords in this game. And I can't really believe my eyes. It felt like Zeta Division had that, honestly. But then again, it's so hard to take down Kun, especially now that he's actually not as behind as compared to earlier. Looking at the items, yeah, 100%. Feels like you're just waiting for an Immortality and an Anti-Karas there for the Yuzhong, and he's golden. And now it is going to be Zeta Division on the defensive. This time around, just waiting to clear out these minion waves. Bro, this game is starting to really be on a knife's edge.
Everyone knows what it means for the lower bracket finals teams today, that it is an elimination for them. If they're not careful, they will lose out on the tournament. Remember, the prize pool of Games of the Future 2025, $900,000. Even if you're not going to be able to win it all, still a massive part of the pot that you get just for advancing forward. Moiminet takes a lot of damage. Traction pulse not going to land. Feathered airstrike committed by Nico there to bring the Esmeralda down low. Ruby DD trying to look for an opening. Not sure if he actually committed the ultimate there. June 1 goes in with the raging slashes. Here it comes, but look at the Yuzhong straight to the back. Furious dive means 10 did not have any help. They were zoned out by the Yuzhong of Kun. The Furious dive petrify combo way too tough to get out of. And here comes another feathered airstrike coming in from Nico. Katsu trying to get him down. Moiminet goes forward and creates the space. Mythic Seal holds on to their lead.
Yeah, they're holding on, man. And that's a really good way to swerve around Zeta Division. Again, luckily still has enough tank left in the tanks to try to dash on and dive out of those Urban Ramparts and Feather Airstrike. Salvos Moiminet! Oh my god. That was actually pretty close.
Huge chunk of damage dealt there by the Shadow Kill. But Zeta, they are holding strong. I think Seal, though, they keep catching Zeta Division off guard. But it might be inevitable that they will eventually get the win here, as that timing of the entry of Kun is what's messing up Zeta Division. I think if 10 or if any other member of Zeta Division wants to go forward, their main condition is to look for the Yuzhong first. But how is that gonna work if Mythic Seal is already rushing the Lord, and it forces Zeta Division to get close to show themselves? And this is exactly what Mythic Seal wants. Moiminet trying to get the vision and holding down the front line for Zeta. But meanwhile, Mythic Seal take it slow and they go for the reset.
Yeah, it'll be a big reset. 10 is actually the soft, for some reason, right, in this game. 10 is the softest point of this lineup. And look at that, June 1 evaporating like mist.
Just like that? They lined everything up. Tech charge. I'm offended. The feathered airstrike as well. And look at Kun yet again. The Black Dragon form goes straight to the back. Wind of Nature already committed there by Katsu. And that means that it's an easy entry for King Flash.
Oh.
Shadow kill. And Zeta Division is falling slowly. 1 by 1. 10 gets the 1v1 win though against Nico. He still survives. Mythic Seal has 4 members and they will not go for the push. They will go for the Lord.
Yeah, Mythic Seal found that opening and they did not let go. Katsu going down, June 1 going down early, so early in that last team fight, just meant that there were just no way that they were going to have enough damage to actually duke it out against Mythic Seal. And now Zeta Division are going to have to be on the defensive against a very beefy Lord. It'll be a hard time for them to actually clear this. I forget, so beefy. I think like that's Evolved Lord already. And their main DPS is a Kimmy. And we saw how vulnerable this Kimmy is to just non-stop pick-off attempts here coming in from Mythic Seal. So it's going to be tough to defend. And luckily, they have some time to plan it out. They've got a few seconds here of Braving Room before we get into it. And before the Lord arrives here, the Mythic Seal are already setting up for the big siege, trying to get those minion waves in order. And this is going to be a tough ask to defend.
Seems like it's way too easy right now for Nico every time to just get into a great spot with a Feathered Airstrike. But then all the control abilities, all the initiation tools that Mythic Seal has. Again, one of the problems we have for Zeta Division's lineup is that they did not have enough crowd control. And look at all that crowd control. Lock 10 down, 10. Rampart is up, and the tectonic charge from Boye is the definitive end of this game number 1 as 10 and Katsu fall. Mythic Seal, rather I said on the base. They won at it here. 21 minutes in. Too much control, too much damage, and way too much bodies to deal with. Win for Mythic in game 1.
That is a very well-deserved win here for Mythic Seal. Obviously, it's not as clean as we thought it would be coming into this one. But, man, oh man, they knew how to find those pain points. They knew how to find these soft spots on the side of Zeta Division. And they were good at punishing any small movements, any small mispositions that the Lancelot or the Kimmy was doing. Again, it helps that you have a Grok, right, that has a tectonic charge that can do it at any point of the game. But again, just making sure that you're cohesive unit to take down those targets is also very important. Boye, MVP for that game.
Our highlight
to get the turtle. And then they were not like paying attention to the number of bodies and the number of skills that were actually running their way. Yeah, they lost the turtle, but you know what? Mythic Seal got some pretty good map control because of that, and will get more gold in their pockets. They're starting to build up a pretty solid lead as well.
All the crowd control and burst that Mythic Seal has is making every team fight uncomfortable for Zeta Division. But now we're getting close to the point where Mythic Seal are 1 or 2 big team fight wins away from getting a massive turnaround in their favor. But when Ruby DD gets spotted out in the center, it looked like Mythic Seal were trying to set up for something, a play, a turnaround, but they just couldn't get it in time as Ruby DD gets punished.
Yeah, Ruby DD on the Ruby is just, it is Ruby. So it just doesn't feel the same, but yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely the role that he needs to do. He's trying to do as much as he can to get back in the lane here. Again, waiting for Boya to make a big play, waiting for King Flash. That turret might just fall very, very soon here. I think it might turn into a 3v4. I don't know if this is a good call here for Mythic Seal, but they're going to sure as hell try.
Whoa! They need to back off as Boye commits the tectonic charge and the flicker as well. Massive stun coming in for Zeta Division through the Landshaker, but Mythic Seal are still holding on. Feather Airstrike to safety. Katsu gets taken out eventually, and that Kimmy is gone. No more major damage dealer for Zeta Division. Mythic Seal and Zeta traded out mid laner for EXP laner.
Yeah, I know they made that call here, but that looked really bad. But you know what, Mythic Seal, with the movements of Kun, that sacrifice is very worthy, man. You're slowing down Katsu, and you're giving your team more space to farm up, especially that Hayabusa. So you're doing a very good job, and it might just cost them a good positioning on the turtle, since, as you can see, trying to fight on the mid, Ruby DD.
Oh.
I'm offended.
Really good pull there, but it might have been a little bit too early. He does get that very quickly, but will he have it back in time? Feathered Airstrike just to try and take down Kani? A little bit too eager there for Mythic Seal, and now Trash and Pulse. Massive turnaround for Zeta Division. They locked in too hard on the Hilda, and now Ruby DD is going to get caught by 3 members of Zeta. I've offended, and the Don't Run Wolf King controlling them, but the King Flash. Shadow Kill. It's not enough. Zeta Division have punished some greedy plays from Mythic Seal.
Yeah, bro, your initial call there was absolutely on point. That I'm offended. Way too early, and Zeta Division knew it.
Feathered Airstrike as well. Mythic Seal trying to scramble to find a turnaround again. Ruby DD now, that's perfect. But Katsu able to flicker away, showing off why he picked up that battle spell. The immobilized entry, but the tectonic charge counter by Boye is perfect. Kani gets punished. Zeta Division, though, have minimized their losses.
They've got some really decent engage, so much engage actually, but it feels like the damage is not quite where I expect it to be at 9 minutes in the game, man. Mythic Seal, I don't know, maybe Nico's having a hard time pulling consistent feathered airstrikes, but he's the main guy. Oh, just when I say it though.
Nico single-handedly finding out there, but the Land Shaker plus the Flicker from June 1 evens out the punish, but 10 finds the solo kill on the Kun in the bottom lane. That's actually a big win for Zeta Division now. As Mythic Seal, their map is getting smaller and smaller. No mid towers have gone down just yet, though, and that is going to be the next key for these two teams. Which tower in the mid will get taken down first? Meanwhile, the Hayabusa gets spotted in the mid lane. He does not commit the shadow kill. Both back off.
Yo, 10 is popping off, man. 10 is popping off. That was a solo kill on the Kun, and just exactly what Zeta Division needs at. And if we haven't noticed, but they're actually ahead now on gold, meaning that all the small moves they're making are actually really adding up, giving them a big breathing room, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of advantage coming into this next Lord fight.
Mythic Seal will start things first off, though. King Flash takes a brunt of damage from the Lord. A pullback by Ruby DD means the Esmeralda used the Purify already. Entry Feathered Airstrike, perfect spot there for Nico. But Mythic Seal are holding on to their formation, and that's going to be Moimenet going down. 10 gets the kill, though, onto the Ruby. That's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Mythic Seal still continuing the fight alongside Zeta Division. King Flash able to shadow on out of there as 10 almost got taken down by him and Boye. But the Lancelot still survives.
A little surprised that was just a 1-for-1. Right now, look at that, June 1. It's super duper low. And so far, it does feel like the proper people, or the people who are supposed to stay alive, are staying alive for Zeta Division, at least for now. So, good job so far for Zeta in keeping the tempo up. But then again, they have like a very delicate balance. They have a very delicate soft spot on Katsu that they need to take care of. So, it's up to Boye, right? It's up to Boye to make something happen, to make an unexpected charge to make a play here. Yeah, they're not giving any inch.
Both junglers have Malefic Roars now. Massive power spikes on the way. Hilda spots out the Farsa. Moonminute goes in with a Falling Star Moon. Near perfect there. Shadow already committed by King Flash. 4 of them already utilized. Zeta Division might want to use this time, but they're looking towards the Grok. Here comes the Black Dragon form coming in for Mythic Seal, but Ruby DD also has a good angle. Shadow kill. Shut down though. But Katsu miraculously gets the last hit of the Lord. Despite 10 going down, Zeta gets the Lord through sheer miraculous will by Katsu. And 2 members of Mythic Seal have fallen. Grok left behind. Boye will fall. 3 members of Mythic Seal are down.
They really, really needed that Lord there. And again, 10's going down early. I really thought that was going to be a Mythic Seal Lord. But man, oh man, Katsu really took it by surprise. Look at that though. Ruby DD making another engage. I guess they're trying to go for broke here. And Ruby DD is going to be falling very soon. Here comes that follow-up from Nico.
Feathered Airstrike stops the members of Zeta Division's advance. And now the threat of the win here. Still not completely endable. Way too many towers to take down unless Mythic Seal get too greedy get too sloppy, and Zeta Division will punish. Here comes the Traction Pulse, misses. Boye does have his ultimate, he commits the tech charge. Mythic Seal, not enough follow-up. Feathered Airstrike now committed onto the Lord to bring it down. Kun able to get away from it as well. Zeta Division now still standing in front of the base of Mythic Seal. Shadow kill committed there by the Hayabusa. June 1 and Moiminette really low, but no kill there for King Flash. Zeta Division still in control.
Yeah, they're holding on to that inhibitor turret, but I don't know if that is going to be enough to slow down Zeta. They got all the gold they need now. And that is decent, especially on Kimmy. I think we're nearing Divine Glaive on that guy. And this could... Oh, actually, it's going to be Feather of Heaven. And it's just going to make it harder for them to catch him. So, yeah, so far, Zeta Division making the correct decisions. They're making all the right moves. Mythic Seal going for broke.
A little bit too close there for comfort. Zeta Division now moving together as a 5-man unit. Still just managing the minion waves, pushing them out to continue the pressure. 58 seconds until the next Lord spawns. Mythic Seal definitely will have the wave clear that they need to clear up the minion waves. Quickly check if you can contest the Lord or actually go for the full contest. Definitely, though, they need to keep Nico alive because that's going to be their main ticket for defense. If ever things don't go Mythic Seal's way, they're going to need to send Nico back to clear up and defend.
That's true. I think the defense is just going to be so crucial. Again, Nico is actually the main damage dealer. For some reason, the King Flash's damage, even on a solo shadow kill target, is just not enough to take out most members of Zeta Division. For some reason, right? I'm not sure why. But yeah, it's just not as good as they think. Oh, look at that.
Zeta Division threw everything at RubyDD thinking they'll be able to take him down. They'll be able to get away to safely. However, they did force the flicker out of the Ruby, so they don't have to worry about the sudden surprise from the I'm Offended, either pulling them way too far back or for RubyDD just to show up out of nowhere. It will be an honest, very foreseeable I'm Offended ultimate from the Ruby. Boy, gets spotted out here. Kun, perfect position alongside Nico. Kun with the Petrify. Lancelot brought down really low. 10 still alive, holding on despite the feathered airstrike. And the last hit was not able to take 10 down as it was targeted to another member of Zeta Division. Mythic Seal are gonna need to go for broke now at this point because the Lancelot is down. They're gonna need to try and rush it, but they're still trying to go for the slow take. They think it's way too risky unless they're waiting for the Lancelot to bait him in closer. Entry by Kun, spotted out by Kani. The reset attempt not gonna get completed. Boye misses the tectonic charge, and Nico miraculously gets the Lord. A mid laner got it earlier, and another mid laner gets it again. But King Flash falls. 2 members of Mythic Seal are gone. 10 is gone for Zeta Division. Kun trying to hold in front of Kani and Moiminette. The damage of the Yuzhong, the sustainability keeping him alive.
Oh my God!
Boye now able to assist with the Rampart, and Mythic Seal march with their Lord. Zeta has to defend Rockheart.
That was a huge team fight, non-stop action coming in from Mythic Seal and Zeta Division, and for some reason our mid laners are just so damn good at last hitting Lords in this game. And I can't really believe my eyes. It felt like Zeta Division had that, honestly. But then again, it's so hard to take down Kun, especially now that he's actually not as behind as compared to earlier. Looking at the items, yeah, 100%. Feels like you're just waiting for an Immortality and an Anti-Karas there for the Yuzhong, and he's golden. And now it is going to be Zeta Division on the defensive. This time around, just waiting to clear out these minion waves. Bro, this game is starting to really be on a knife's edge.
Everyone knows what it means for the lower bracket finals teams today, that it is an elimination for them. If they're not careful, they will lose out on the tournament. Remember, the prize pool of Games of the Future 2025, $900,000. Even if you're not going to be able to win it all, it's still a massive part of the pot that you get just for advancing forward. Moiminette takes a lot of damage. Traction Pulse not gonna land. Feathered Airstrike committed by Nico there to bring the Esmeralda down low. RubyDD trying to look for an opening. Not sure if he actually committed the ultimate there. June 1 goes in with the raging slashes. Here it comes, but look at the Yu Zhong straight to the back. Furious dive means 10 did not have any help. They were zoned out by the Yu Zhong of Kun. The Furious dive petrify combo way too tough to get out of. And here comes another feathered airstrike coming in from Nico. Katsu trying to get him down. Moimenet goes forward and creates the space. Mythic Seal hold on to their lead.
Yeah, they're holding on, man. And that's a really good way to swerve around Zeta Division. Again, luckily still has enough tank left in the tanks to try to dash on and dive out of those Urban Ramparts and Feather Airstrike. Salvos, Moimenet! Oh my god. That was actually pretty close.
Huge chunk of damage dealt there by the Shadow Kill. But Zeta, they are holding strong. Mythic Seal, though, they keep catching Zeta Division off guard. But it might be inevitable that they will eventually get the win here, as that timing of the entry of Kun is what's messing up Zeta Division. I think if 10 or if any other member of Zeta Division wants to go forward, their main condition is to look for the Yu Zhong first. But how is that going to work if Mythic Seal is already rushing the Lord, and it forces Zeta Division to get close to show themselves? And this is exactly what Mythic Seal wants. Moimenet trying to get the vision and holding down the front line for Zeta. But meanwhile, Mythic Seal take it slow and they go for the reset.
Yeah, it'll be a big reset. 10 is actually the soft, for some reason, right, in this game. 10 is the softest point of this lineup. And look at that, June 1 evaporating like mist.
Just like that? They lined everything up. Tech charge. I'm offended. The feathered airstrike as well. And look at Kun yet again. The Black Dragon form goes straight to the back. Wind of Nature already committed there by Katsu. And that means that it's an easy entry for King Flash. Shadow Kill. And Zeta Division is falling slowly. One by one. 10 gets the 1v1 win though against Nico. He still survives. Mythic Seal has 4 members and they will not go for the push. They will go for the Lord.
Yeah, Mythic Seal found that opening and they did not let go. Katsu going down, June 1 going down early, so early in that last team fight just meant that there were just no way that they were going to have enough damage to actually duke it out against Mythic Seal. And now Zeta Division are going to have to be on the defensive against a very beefy Lord. It'll be a hard time for them to actually clear this. I forget, so beefy. I think like that's Evolved Lord already. And their main DPS is a Kimmy. And we saw how vulnerable this Kimmy is to just non-stop pick-off attempts here coming in from Mythic Seal. So it's going to be tough to defend. And luckily, they have some time to plan it out. They've got a few seconds here of Braving Room before we get into it. And before the Lord arrives here, Mythic Seal are already setting up for the big...
Maybe instead of getting the Ruby at Red 4, they could just bump up the priority in the U.
I'll get famous and they can be moved.
Zhang. But thing is, if Zeta Division decide to go, or they have their eyes set on picking up the Ruby here, if Mythic Flash is not going to take it, it might be a requirement for Zeta Division to ban out the X-Borg, because the X-Borg will slot in very well for them. Might be difficult for Kani to frontline, but Mythic Seal ban it out. I thought that they'd be the ones leaning towards actually picking it up, but I guess either way, it would also do really well for Zeta Division. So no more Yuzhong. What were we stuck with? Yeah, Uranus. Uranus, Ruby, Phobius are not still available though for Zeta Division, but so is the CC.
Wow, they nuked out all the XP lane picks that might actually make sense for their own lineup. So that's a really funny exchange.
Yeah, it's like... I'm just late. I mean, dude, look, Ruby, perfect already for Zeta Division, and then they still ban the X.
I think they just go ahead and pick up. There you go. It feels like you can just go with Alice. There you go. Alice is fine, but you will need more damage, right? They need more damage for this. What?
No, they're... Oh, single carry through the Eve and the Lance. I mean, oof.
I thought Alice and a marksman would have been good, but no, not really.
Kari,
They don't care.
kenapa Kari guys?
I mean,
Oh, greedy though.
Bang, Kari kan OP banget bang.
A little bit, but then I think they're just accepting the fact that the early.
Salah bro, orang pick Kari karena Redrin ya.
To mid game, that's not their curve. It's the mid to the late game that they're gonna really be looking towards too. There's a chance Zeta Division just bullies them early, but I think Mythic Seal has the experience to be able to keep the.
120 aja ya sob ya. 20 sob.
Kind of just force you to stay in one place for him to hurt.
Anjing 220 masih macet, Cok.
To get an advantage. Zeta though, what are they thinking? I don't know. They did not. This lineup is gonna lack damage later, 100%. They're gonna wish they had someone who had good reach, who had good sustained DPS.
Yes, teman gua guys ya.
And they will.
Anjing, walaupun koneksi gua goblok cacat ya. Gua bersyukur ya guys ya. Mana dari sob. Mana ini kawan? Sudah. Lu bebas ada ya, Mas?
But yeah, going home here is gonna be the loser for this match. So now we are gonna go and look for a tech pause. Look at a tech pause here for the meantime. I think now that I've got a few minutes or a few seconds to think about the Zeta Division win condition. Wow, that rhymes, huh? Zeta Division win condition. It feels like they just want to overwhelm you, right? They want to overwhelm you with the dive. Like any single target, I can just kind of picture it, right? Renmore, like any single target that just gets jumped on by a Phovius, by a Ruby, by a Hylos with a non-stop with a red carpet glorious pathway. That is probably gonna struggle. So maybe that's one way to do about it.
Huh? See if Zeta Division will be able to get that. But they're playing up against the Kalea. And the awkward thing about Mythic Seal is when they do finally get their Tsunami Slam is, are they just going to decide to full send it? If they're off timing, then they're just going to get caught out with all the crowd control from the rotations of the Ruby and the Phobius. You see here Boye having a lot of difficulty surviving Katsu from out of nowhere, a Void Blast. Why Boye decided to walk back into the mid was questionable at best. Definitely should have just backed off and started recalling once he was safe.
Yeah, those things, right? I think that's a little bit of a preview of what we are going to see later on for sure. Especially with Boye, with Kun. They're the ones who are actually going to be in trouble here a lot. Because they're the ones who are going to face off against a Hylos. You're going to have to tank a Hylos stun. You're going to have to tank these Void Crystals. And you're going to have to go face first into the opposition. Just like what we're seeing here on the bottom side of the map. They dealt with Kun so easily with 10.
2 kills to start it off. This is exactly what Zeta Division wants, and the fear of Mythic Seal would happen. Shadow, there goes King Flash. Shadow kill, just like that. Boye gets the clap back though. The turnaround goes well for them. And that is going to be Mythic Seal losing out a bit on the turtle though because they committed a lot on getting that kill in mid. Zeta Division gets turtle number 1. They're going after Kun right now, but they back off, decide not to commit the chase.
Yeah, Mythic Seal is starting to slow down, slowly lose out on map control here. I don't.
Lapu anjing yang kayak gitu-gitu dah. Alamak, ini koneksi kenapa lagi, guys? Ini koneksi kenapa lagi, guys? Pak orang yang nonton putar-putar apalah ini, cok. Dan gua Aduh, 4 orang yang nonton puter-puter guys. Sorry dah.
I think
Sorry
this
guys,
is what
sorry
they
guys,
had in
sorry
mind when
guys,
they were
sorry guys.
drafting.
Ini
You know what?
yang
Let's go
kurang
triple
nih.
marksman
Kita sama,
almost,
sorry,
right?
sorry.
Wasn't if it was a Eastern shit, it would
Minta
be a
maaf
triple.
ya cuy ya yang lagi nonton tapi putar-putar gini. Sorry banget cuy. Anjing, anjing. As the man can be moved.
And that's going to be a little bit of a preview of what we might be seeing way later into the game. But still definitely Zeta Division at risk of if they are.
Oh, putar-putar lagi dia, sob.
Way too greedy of trying to get the kills around the first turret. It might just get brought back by Boye with a tsunami.
Aduh, diputar-putar guys. Mana ya sob ya? Oh, sama aja ya? Ini YouTube-nya kali ya ngedown ya?
Mythic Seal, they're actually keeping up with the goal, which is a very big achievement for me, especially if you've got like multiple lanes trying to farm up your items. Now they're also going to be sacrificing some outer turret energy shields on the mid lane.
Yeah.
So, Mythic Seal's getting some pretty good stocks.
After the initial kills by Zeta Division, Mythic Seal were able to balance things out, and something that Zeta Division doesn't want. However, at least they're not in the deficit. Again, the condition for Zeta Division is to make sure that they have a definitive lead by Turtle 3, by Lord 1. Here comes an entry, Tsunami Slam right away, but the Don't Run Wolf King, and I'm offended, countered perfectly by Moyminet. King Flash gets punished just like that. Mythic Seal initiated, but Moyminet with the turnaround, literally and figuratively, as to the Ruby. Zeta Division will get Turtle number 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Mythic Seal actually fought that one. That was obviously set up for the Eve here. Okatsu had a pretty easy time there with a big wall in front as well to slow down the movements of Mythic Seal. So, yeah, that was a weird choice for engagement, but you know what? They have to take it as slowly as they can. The division starting to slowly build up on those items.
Okay, mid laners both decided to rush for the glowing wand to OR access already for Zeta Division. Well, Dominance Ice was the priority here for June 1, maximizing utility. Hunter Strike already for the Hayabusa, while there is a Dreadnought armor for the Uranus.
So Uranus absolutely is going to be... Earlier, he tried to make something happen. He tried to go in while they were busy, but Kun was just way too late there. So maybe if Kun was a little, maybe like 5 seconds earlier, that would have been a bit of a difference. But look at that mid lane. Asha trying to go for a pickup again.
And they will get it 10. That's the jungler taken out, but they've used a lot of ultimates there. Tsunami Slam and the Shadow Kill out for the Hayabusa. Kun, though, gets dragged back, but what are you going to do against a Uranus who can just eat up all that damage? Traction Pulse. Here comes the counter by Mythic Seal, but the real world manipulation is a perfect bring down by Katsu. Stops Mythic Seal from initiating even further.
Yeah, that was a good preemptive real-world manipulation, but it wasn't able to catch anyone. And that's the danger of this Eve here, if you lose out. And especially since the Eve is the main damage dealer here, Renmar, right?
Yeah.
If you miss out on real world, if they're able to skirt it, you're done. Like, that's all the DPS you're going to do in that fight.
You will have to do your best, Katsu, to bring it down to the perfect position, make the most out of the damage. But of course, there's a lot of value as well from the immobilized that it triggers. People step on the box. King Flash will be starting off the turtle first. Zeta Division will have a little bit of mid-priority. Kun spots the vision. He's not going to go in way too deep towards the side of Zeta. Just trying to draw attention towards him. 5-man advantage here for Zeta Division as the carry is split pushing up top. I think Mythic Seal are not going to be going for the full commit for this turtle, but they need to get this purple buff, or if they're not careful, Zeta Division might go for the invade. But Kun has pulled up enough attention to ensure that Mythic Seal's jungle is safe. King Flash gets his jungle, but Zeta Division gets the turtle.
Yeah, all Zeta Division got there was obviously turtle plus Kun. You know, that's a big basic or big bonus. But again, they might be giving it more than they bargained for. Flash close
There's
by,
Islam.
uses that.
Kayak gitu kan ya kan.
And
Still
back
going
fight from the
at it.
turret.
Tabrak-tabrak gitu kan.
Real world manipulation. They bring it down. King Flash gets taken down.
Kalau
That
yang
Ruby
kiri
Didi.
bisa maintain early sangat bagus.
Like has a world of his
Nah,
own
kalau
there
yang
on the
kiri
top
menang,
side.
tapi kalau early
I
itu
don't
kayak
really mind
kiri
that
nggak
guy
bisa
just
maintain
farming
sampai
up,
game,
eh?
kalah anjir. Kita lihat
Man
ya,
of focus and
bawah
sheer
gimana
will. Just locking down, making sure that he gets to open up the map for his team. But Zeta Division will open up the mid first. That is the only turret, though, that Zeta Division has taken down. But Mythic Seal now has a bit of a push up top as well. That's a lot of damage onto that turret, that second turret. And in the long run, that push by Ruby DD will actually be felt by Zeta Division. 5,300 gold already for this carry up to a golden staff.
That's actually true, especially now that the Lord is on the bottom side of the map, right? So they're gonna have to really just control the wave and they'll naturally push by itself. Glorious pathway activation by Connie. Interesting preempting here against Mythic Seal, but you know what? It's all good in the hood because right now, even as we speak,
Ruby.
there's a good amount of control being done by Mythic Seal around the map. That's Ruby DD up on mid. Got King Flash on top side, trying to see if he can get that flow. Oh, nice attempt on the I'm offended, but misses out. Again, very fast cooldown, like you mentioned earlier, but that might be something that Mythic Seal is looking for.
Yeah, and Zeta Division attempted to go for pickoff in mid, but now have to sacrifice even more health in their turret. This time in the bottom lane. So both inner turrets, top and bottom, now at a dangerous position there. Ruby DD gets dived upon, spotted right away. It was 10 who decided to bring out the initial salvo, followed up by Katsu with a real world manipulation, and without the carry, Mythic Seal will be lacking a lot of damage. The good thing is they still have their Hayabusa, their Kimi as well. We will get the vision and go forward. Try to pull someone, but Mythic Seal, you can see the hesitation of whether or not they're going to go for a full dive because Kun isn't going for the full dive just yet. 12,000 and counting in the health. Mythic Seal now still close enough. King Flash tosses out the shadow. They're slowing it down, but 10 gets the Lord. A little bit too slow for King Flash, and Zeta Division have taken the lead in the game now as Nico gets taken down by 10 and Boye gets spotted out by Katsu, blasted in mid.
Mythic Seal are spreading themselves way too thin, especially with Ruby DD going down. At this rate, Ruby DD is going to be ending the game without doing anything for the team fight here. And so far, it is going to be a huge wave alongside the Lord on the mid, walking for Zeta Division.
Mythic Seal has two members, while Ruby DD still up top. I think they're trying to tell him that, hey, maybe it's time for you to go back, or Ruby DD's thinking that it's also still good that you guys can hold. Mythic Seal can definitely hold. I'm offended. Did not get tossed out there. Zeta Division still going at it. No more glorious pathway for Kani. But they now decide to back off as Mythic Seal are fine for now. Still a 4,000 gold lead that they need to work through, though. They do have a Sky Piercer already for the Kimi. And the Trinity for the carry has been locked in. But the range provided and the box provided by the Eve is really way too much to handle for Zeta. Oh, for Mythic Seal, excuse me.
I'm a little weirded out here. Like, these catches that Zeta Division are doing, they're not really surprises, right? I mean, there wasn't even a flicker available for Moiminute there, so I don't know where these catches are going on. I guess they're having a hard time with Kun being a little bit more vulnerable to have more information on where the Zeta Division members are. If that's the case, right, if you don't have info, then just don't show anyone. So far, there's so many low-hanging fruits for Mythic Seal that Zeta Division don't even have to exert that much effort to make a pickoff happen.
So far, the game is going as expected in, for Zeta Division. Although it wasn't the definitive lead of them completely taking control of it, they had to work for it. The first main lead happening after the First Lord is in Zeta Division's hands. Now, for the lineup that Mythic Seal brought out here, this is nothing to worry about. This is actually one of the tendencies that you have when you have multiple carries, two heroes based around basic attacks, that there is a chance that the team who's a little bit more cooldown based, ultimate based, will take control of the game and take control of the First Lord. It's just up to you now as a team with a lot of basic attack based heroes to really just hold on, get your items, and make sure that that you can deal damage.
Kenapa nih?
Yeah, because right now it feels like the Kimmy, Ruby Didi on that carry just feels like they can't really do more than 3 seconds of worth of damage, right? 4 seconds if they're lucky. So I would say that, you know, if you have a lineup like this, that's why I was like gearing towards to maybe not make it such a greedy lineup, is because you have so many range sustained. You have 2 marksmen, right? And there's just no one to hold the front line. It's a very off tank on the. You have an off tank, right? On Nakalea, your main tank is Kun, but at the same time, Kun is just so squishy right now. I don't know why. It feels like he's so squishy. So I don't know, how are they gonna be able to utilize these 2 marksmen, even if you load them with items right now, even if you throw the kitchen sink, even if there's 6 items right now, it feels like they can't really do more than stand still for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, which is why I think Mythic Seal has. Hopefully, they've already accepted that they're not going to be able to end this game. It's going to take somewhere around past 16.5 minutes. Maybe we're going to end up seeing another 20-minute game for this one. If they do want to make a comeback through this, what is going really well right now, of course, for Zeta Division is just the roster survivability that they have. Decided to feel out a Phobius, they have a Ruby together. And again, it's not too far-fetched that this is happening, that they have the lead. There's a reason why the double fighter meta has risen in popularity yet again, while marksmen are slowly going down the totem pole of priority. So in just a bit, we're going to head back into the game after the little pause that we had to work out a few kinks that we needed to fix. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in. This is only still the second series of the day. We still have 2 more later on. This is the lower bracket finals for Group D. If Mythic Seal wins this game, Zeta Division are out and Mythic Seal advance to the play-ins. If Zeta Division win this one, then they still have tournament life, and it will be down to a best of 1 to close it out. King Flash already committing the shadow kill. The entry by Mythic Seal. Boye with the Tsunami Slam finds Moy Minette, but Zeta Division are way too tacky at this point. King Flash has been taken out. 10 as well, trying to hold on, and he gets to escape away from the wrath of Ruby DD, who just got taken out there now by Katsu. 2 members of Mythic Seal are down. Boye and Kun decide to force the issue here. They still have 1 more carry, and that's the Kimmy, and the Kimmy is now doing work alongside the Kalea and the Uranus. The Phobius falls down. Even
they had a hard time.
Split.
Kiri harus perfect gameplay kan, Sob. Apa buktinya?
It was so funny. I just wanted to point it out, man. Ruby Didi, he tried so hard to do some DPS, but he just got taken out and hunted down by fans. So, it was just so funny. And actually, while we were explaining it, actually came true right there and then. I don't know if Ruby Didi will have the Wind of Nature locked in soon, so maybe he can deal with Lancelot anytime. But right now it's a rush, man. It's a bump rush. It's gonna be Lord going over the Mythic Seal.
Right play by them, but here comes the real world manipulation by Katsu. Glorious Pathway, they weren't able to run it down. Zeta Division have understood the assignment. It has to be defense as Mythic Seal decided to rush the Lord.
That was really decent. That was really good decision making for Mythic Seal, seeing the position that they were in. Then again, it might be easier this time around for Nico and Ruby D to actually do some decent damage, since there is a Lord that's also distracting Zeta Division. So let's see if they can try to make a play on the mid. That would be the smarter choice. Go ahead and see if you can distract him while the Lord is walking up on top. And you also have King Flash on the bottom, just making sure that it's going to be another layer that they have to deal with.
Yikes.
See what happens here in the big fight on mid.
Blade of Despair already for King Flash. Big damage spike coming in. I'm offended onto Kun, and of course that does not matter for him. He'll just be able to heal through with his passive. Mythic Seal have taken the lead with only 5 kills recorded in the game. Zeta Division has 10. They have 7 turrets taken down over Mythic Seal's 5. Boy already used the title strike to get away a little bit further. Mythic Seal are just being systematic with it. Tower for tower first. Unless Boye will pull the trigger on a surprising entry, or maybe a traction pulse. Spots out June 1, takes a lot of damage there. King Flash and Boy get closer, but Boy not going to be able to get the Tsunami Slam. Here comes the real world manipulation, though, and here comes the glorious pathway as well from Katsu. Nico trying to get away from all of this, and they are able to create the space. Zeta Division's team fight has been countered as Moon Minette is actually the only casualty of that fight initiated by Zeta Division.
Yeah, they're going hard onto it as well. Look at that shadow kill being divided, trying to clear up these waves as much as they can. Zeta Division hold on to that mid lane turret. And finally, we are seeing these marksmen in action. And they look even better, especially maybe now that Kun locks in the immortality. He can do a lot more than just be a nuisance.
Just as we've been laying down ever since the draft as well, the expected flow of battle, it has happened. Early to mid, a little bit even until Zeta Division got the first win with the First Lord. Now it's Mythic Seal's time to shine with their late game line of Glorious Pathway plus a Concealer, trying to close the gap, but the slow coming out from the light wheel of MlbbD was more than enough to stop that from happening. Little play, but that was a massive result for MlbbD.
Yeah, that was huge. That small light wheel stopped a big conceal movement, a big possible ultimate maybe coming in from Moiminit, or maybe a dash in from 10. And now they have so much space. Mythic Seal have suddenly taken control of the whole map. And they can do whatever they want now. That might make it harder for Zeta Division to actually group up as a 5.
Some next level layering of abilities needed. Mythic Seal, it's now rushing the Lord, and Zeta Division can actually get close enough. They tried to reset it, but it's only a soft reset. Zeta Division now has priority over here, but the minion wave up top needs to be handled here by Zeta Division. Mythic Seal are looking at that as well. Here comes the Tsunami Slam onto Moiminette, and Moiminette will fall. MlbbD able to free hit still, and the Lord goes to King Flash. Double kill already for MlbbD, the legendary player that he is. Katsu falls down, shut down, triple kill for the man. The only man with a move named after him in the history of our sport. Mythic Seal have sealed the win.
That is the 2-0 for Mythic Seal. Unfortunately for Zeta Division, it's going to be them saying goodbye today. And wow, oh wow, Mythic Seal really picked up right after that one. Really a very good execution of the lineup that actually was a little difficult to execute, especially early to mid. And once they got the grip of that late game, they did not let go at all. So congratulations to Mythic Seal here. Their standing is going to be currently 1-1, and they are going to be continuing forward into our bracket.
Yeah, it just took them a lot of time, as expected. Of course, cooldown base does very well early to mid. They just needed to change.
Oke, kita nunggu ini guys. Bilang sob. Bilang. Next stream Onic versus Dian Feng Yao Kuai. Oke, siap. Siap sob. Nih, habis nih ya guys ya. Habis nih guys, Onic versus Tian Feng Yao Kuai ya bro ya. Gak tahu gua. Myanmar kah itu? Tim Myanmar kah sob? Ketutup dong view count gua, babi lah. Udah gini aja. Thank you guys yang nonton guys. Aurora Gaming PH, oke lah kita boleh nonton lah nih Aurora PH Gaming dulu lah ya. Mana? Aurora Gaming. Dah. Ada sob. Bentar. Cek. Sabar gue cek dulu ya bos ya. Ada guys, sama-sama nunggu guys. Ini nunggu, mungkin juga nunggu. Yang mana tadi gue nonton? Ini kah? Ini, oke ini. Ini next. Nah, soalnya mau nanya-nanya meta apa yang udah gak main juga boleh banget cuy. Langsung nanya aja cuy. Langsung nanya gua aja guys yang lagi main Mobile Legends cuy. Sekarang bang metanya apa bang? Ini bang, itu bang. Nanya guys, nanya cepat nanya komen. Cepat sob, nanya sob, komen, mau komen guys. Komen aja kalian nanya gitu ya. Kan nanya guys, contoh bang nih meta apa bang gitu bang, mid lane yang meta apa bang, yang meta apa bang, langsung aja ya bro ya. Ini harus komen guys, please komen guys, nonton doang please. Aku pengen ikut party kompe gitu loh. Mana ya cuman ya? Ikut party kompe gak gitu? Diajak sih gua sebenarnya, cuman gimana ya? Lalu kompe nanti mau bagus gak sih? Dan orang nonton ya, lo komen guys, please guys. Gua butuh komenan kalian guys. Please guys, komen guys. Aduh ini mana burik banget lagi nih, mana nih? Masa gue nonton ini? Tuh, Mas Ade juga live. Setel kita sob, kan? Press dulu lah ya kan, kawan. Mana nih? Jam 9 udah mulai. Sabar ya guys. Apanya sabar, udah disetel cok. Tak kau. Belok King Skylar ya coy ya. 9 orang yang menonton King Skylar guys. King Skylar cok. Skylar nih. Oh guys, King Skylar guys. Tujuh 854. Padahal server 2K ya. Kayak nomor telepon ID-nya. Padahal server 2 kayak ini. Nah, di Clan Game 22 Desember Clan Games. Kalian yang pikir aku gak main COC cok. Wah ini Disetel COC gua kayak anggap remeh dah, sumpah. Wajar, kalian yang pikir gua gak main COC guys. Ntar ya, gua buka COC ya. Tuh, ini gawat juga nih orang-orang ini yang mikir udah gua pensi nih gara-gara mau main ML nih cok. Ntar lah kita kasih lihat dulu dah orang-orang ini. Aduh. Lo berpikir gua pensi, kagak anjir, masa gua pensi COC? Nah banget, nah mungkin lah. Ngadi lo yang membantu gua juga di channelnya berkembang ini, masa gua lupain? Ngadi cok nih viewer ini. Nih gua kasih lihat ya. Ngadi sok kalian. Ini game yang membantu gua cuy buat naik. Ngadi masa gua lupa guys. Nah mungkin gak sih gua lupa. ngapain? Kita mikir aja lah. Pop. Mungkin anjir gua nah itu ninggalin COC. Ya sih. Saya kalian sob. Mungkin anjir gua ini nggak mungkin guys kalian yang udah bantu gua guys nggak mungkin gua ninggalin COC itu sangat tidak mungkin ya, sangat tidak mungkin anjir gua ninggalin COC bro ya saya lu bantu gua anjir mungkin guys gua ninggalin COC nggak mungkin nah di stop Ami. Cái all thành bùi. Gak mungkin lah gua ninggalin COC. Gila-gila kalian guys. Guys, gua ninggalin. Oh. Itu salah satu hal yang tidak akan terjadi cuy. Mungkin anjir gua ninggalin COC. Mungkin guys gua ninggalin COC. Champion Royal gua level 39 ya. Mungkin anjir gua ninggalin COC. Tuh warnya 8 menit lagi selesai. Ini Aurora Gaming PH guys. Setel kita ada gue bilang. Ini bilang kalian. Ya kalian sob. Ini game yang membantu gua ada ya sob. Lah COC-nya udahlah nanti kita. Udah nanti COC. Nah, pokoknya aku udah buktiin ya, aku gak ini kak pensi COC ya sob ya. Nah, ini kan. Pensi. The way you are me, I couldn't. Yalah, yang komen pun kalian ini. Orang orang ya guys ya, bikin video menjual kesedihan anjing itu paling keren guys, jual-jual kesedihan. Apa gua ikut gak ya? Tapi setuju gua ikut guys, jual-jual kesedihan. Ya. Orang-orang jual kesedihan mulu ya, babi orang-orang ini. Apa ini banget ya? Seenak itu ya guys ya menjual kesedihan ya. Apa kita ini ya? Apa kita ini ya? Coba kita record ya. Oke. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, action. Wah, sedih kali aku. Ya, kok yang nonton cuma satu ya? Kayaknya ini ya. Aduh, gak cocok udahlah. Oh, cocok, Wak. Gua, gue gak bisa gitu. Coba kita acting lagi. Terus lagu sedihnya apa, guys? Oke, pakai lagu sedih itu ya. Beginilah jadi streamer yang nonton cuma 2. Sedih sekali, streamnya sangat sepi. Gua gak tahu lagi harus bagaimana. Nah kayak gitu ya. Kayak kita post. Kita post guys. Lagu yang sedih. Tarik yang lagu yang sedih. Paling sedih banget. Nah, mana. Lagu yang itu ya lagu sedih. Apa sih? Oh, Hong itu yang judulnya Mia Hong. So this is the weather it is all when it is song when it is always I want to see the water is the body that say that the weather it is the body that judul yang sedih sad ya aduh enggak yang sering keliwan ki FYP Instagramnya hah oh beda dong yang oke all ya babi nah mana ya bentar mana ya versi Inggris Dora did a water did a song without a little love what is up Apa itu ya coy? Aduh. Bang. Ah, cok. Kualitas anjing. Hah? Hai. Mangmu ya, Mang? Wah, gila lebih wah coy. Ayam mana, Om? Oh ya, kau. Itu sama ada loh. Wah, hele tahu yang lim. Pak lu hiu hiu. Sama. Tuh ya. Kaliman sungai. Tolong ya, cuy itu, nah kocok. Cune lu kali ya. Ya kan gak malah-main cok, Onic versus Dian yang udah gue bilang anjing. Bohong guys. Udah jam 9.11 belum mulai anjing. Bohong gak? Thank you ya. Kali saringan mungkin kalau tambahnya saringan mungkin bohol ya boleh ya thank you. Mungkin wortel dari lu yang kayak cengin thank you ya. Dan udah gue bilang Oni versus Dian yang foul itu bohong guys. Pasti nunggu ini siap dulu. Babi emang cok. Aja yang disuruh nonton ini dulu.
Where this is the fourth attempt so far from this stream. I mean, we're not talking about the other games, right? Other streams, but specifically when me and Nice has casted, this is the fourth time that we're gonna see a double fighter setup with a utility jungler, and what a wall already coming out from Boro out there. Should be so much UA has to back out because of that, but no casualty from Aurora Gaming. They had to spend their revitalize though, so that's gonna be bad for most of that. But yeah, going back, it's a double fighter setup. Meaning to say that their gold lane is not a traditional marksman, and that typically happens when you have an assassin slash farming jungler. But in this case, it's a Frederick. So Versatile are so all in into that early game. If they do finish this by early and mid game, this could be good, but come the late game, they will suffer from Aurora.
Yeah, Vengeance already popped up here too by March. So Demon Kite nearly level 4 right now. Some action here across the map from them too, but again, you can see what's happening, right? Demon Kite's just in that side of the jungle. He's going to go ahead and take a camp over here. Meanwhile, Xeno is in that mid lane with Kojic. So he'll make his way down to his camp, but now that Demon Kite's at level 4, he could potentially make a pick up top, knowing that Vengeance is not available, and that's why he's staying there. So hopefully March doesn't get caught here. Fan Execution is going to be used. Oh, the Thorn Rose too. First blood going in the hands of Demon Kite, as I was just saying.
Aurora Gaming will be trading that turtle for that top lane kill, which I think is worth it for that as well as the Claude. But I think that they will fight.
This is a distraction. It's a distraction to take the purple too.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to get this in time. They are going to rotate pretty quickly. Boro doesn't have the level 4, so UA doesn't get caught, so it looks like he did take it. Yeah, did he take it?
Yeah.
He just let...
He just probably left the small
left a little camp. Yeah. That is exactly what he wanted to do.
Xeno that will not like what happened at their 1.2k compared to 1.4k for the Lancelot. Will not feel it specifically now, but eventually you will feel the difference between the jungler's farms.
Oh, they're making way to his purple. They want to take Demon Kites here after that. There's the setup though. They're going to come forward. A feathered airstrike drop down. Light not level 4 just yet. And it
Oh,
looks like, you know, Xeno has his purple, so
Yeah.
they're just the
Yeah.
ones putting the pressure now. I guess Demon Kite didn't
Wow,
get it, and
blood
now they're going to
from
get
the song,
pressured
man.
further as Demon Kite falls. A big pickup for Verso time.
wow. So you were right. They Demon Kite didn't have enough time to take out the purple buff.
Yeah.
Actually left that for Verso time, and then
Wah, blok di chong-chong, guys.
Xeno not only gets the turtle, but actually nail a kill. Collects his own purple buff, then invades, then gets a kill. 2-1 in favor of Verso time.
Mati anjing.
A dream scenario for Verso time.
Kenapa guys Aurora
They're
Gaming
enjoying
guys?
it. This double fighter setup, the payoff is in the early end of the mid game.
Way better game at 2 for Verso time right now. Playing with this bit of an advantage that this lineup gives them. You know, Boro sitting on 2 kills too on the Grok is great. You can see how aggressive he's been with this. So this should give them a clear take on another turtle.
Tapi midnya apa?
It's going to
Barca
set
sok.
them up really well
Tak jadi
in
jawabannya
terms of
enggak ya,
the
bro, ya.
early game being under
Velocnya di
control
Sunrise.
here.
Enggak, guys, ya.
Now for Aurora Gaming, they might just give this turtle up. You know, they might just decide, you know what, it's not worth that fight to fall further behind. The turtle does spawn. They're going to knock down this tier 1 turret on the bottom side a little bit longer, but they don't clear it out just yet. Meanwhile, Domikite is up top, does pick up a corrosive scythe now, so locking in the items. That's one of the things about the lineup though too for Aurora Gaming. It's got to cook, you know, it's got to get there with the Claude specifically. You do have some damage with the Lancelot, of course, even to an extent. Edward on that Yuzhong, who is having a hard time in the early game already. Like I said, Yue in that department, but you can see that Domikite just doing some damage up there, but they'll stall it out. They might force a fight anyway. A feathered airstrike with the Black Dragon form drop down. Demon Kite trying to get some space from Boro. I don't know if they can even get the turtle. They're still going to go for it. Xeno healthy enough, and again,
Tutup.
that's the power. But Demon Kite will get the turtle under the nose of Xeno, but Edward's going to be the sacrifice as he goes down. And so Aurora Gaming will be able to get
Let
an
me see,
objective.
2025.
Okay,
So
okay,
we
okay,
haven't
okay.
seen this
Dah
exact.
mau mulai nih, dah mau mulai nih.
Verso
Dah
time
mau mulai
is
yang kanan.
completely nullifying this.
Mau mulai nih. Mulai.
Or just clear the waves for now. Demon Kite was far too late to make any difference. Verso time off of this Boro Grok, the first big Grok.
21-17.
They're making waves, man.
Oh, Demon Kite, he's got to be careful. But oh, Domikite gets a kill up top too.
Mati. 3.
Demon Kite getting him some space.
Kuat
Traction
anjing.
pulse going to be
Apa?
used.
Monster
Does
gua,
get a bit of a
Cok.
stun. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get away. Does have a
Bah,
thorn
bah, bah,
rose.
monster gua nggak
Domikite
kuat, guys.
not able to help this out. There's way too many members of Verso time here. Unfortunate
That
there for
matchup
Demon Kite,
just
but a great
yet.
play
remember
nonetheless from
The
Domikite
scariest.
to get that solo kill.
Tuh yang itu ini malah ini.
It's gonna
Kita buat
be.
play tu aku
It's
nggak
going to
kuat
be
ya.
the Claude show now for Aurora Gaming. Everybody
play,
from
guys.
their side is not having a good time. Even you can
Sorry,
even say
anjing.
that the Demon Kite with 1-2-0. Edward 0-3-0. One of the first few times where you can see,
Free guys.
well, not the first one definitely, but one of the few times that Edward has struggled.
So,
It's Yuzhong that they took away from Verso
anjing.
time, but fortunately for them, Domikite has had a great game. Gets the first blood of this game, and then eventually gets a solo kill on top. Against Boro.
We don't need to see you guys in the. We don't need to see you guys in the play. But even if DFYG ends up becoming the team that goes up against Homeboys, I doubt that'll still be an easy time whatsoever. It'll still be challenging for whoever wins this. Homeboys will have a tough task of trying to beat them in the play-ins.
That's true. It's gonna be like a really tough task, no matter what happens, right? As long as you have Onic Indonesia in your group, you can't really breathe. Like most of the time, even if you're not in the fight, you're waiting for them to finish their fight. You want like whatever outcome. Like either outcome is actually bad for you, unless you can actually face them and beat them. So that's the beauty of this format. Just no other way to actually dodge out, or very little ways to actually dodge out a very powerful opponent, as long as that opponent is on your back.
So for DFYG, one of the reasons why they won yesterday is we saw some really great heroics actually from Lung, their gold laner, something that we set up heading into their series yesterday against Influence Rage. There we go. And then since we got to see Long pop off, even Super Ken had a highlight wherein he was able to cap off a little sequence that was kept alive by Lung's Moskov. That's something that Onic will have to take into consideration. The good thing is, it's Skylar who's their gold laner, who has shown already that it's really no longer just about the marks, but about this guy. It's not just about the carry. He can carry as a fighter gold lane. Is he going to get a lot of kills? Maybe not. But is he going to get a lot of the setups and deal the right amount of damage that he needs to? Great man marking when it comes to the team fights. He can definitely do that. So Skylar, as we've said yesterday, has really become a blessing for Onic this season.
Oh, you bet.
Kita tahu Skylar adalah beras, guys.
right behind is an absolute presence as well, being the
Siapa sih yang nggak tahu Skylar beras, guys?
or Onic Indonesia, and definitely with all those smiles, their aura is just really, really light. You know,
Kira Mas Ade
feels
mau
like they
Restream.
have a battle plan.
Nah, lu kira Mas Ade mau Restream kalau gak ada
And
Skylar?
They seem like a team that can really do
Karena ada
it. So,
Skylar.
yeah, it's all about
Siapa yang peduli
whether or
Onic, guys,
not
kalau
they're
gak ada
gonna be able
Skylar?
to get,
Gua juga gak
or
peduli
they're gonna be
aja.
able to one up on the Indonesian draft, though. I guess it's
Ada yang peduli
for
Onic, guys, kalau gak ada
DFYG.
Skylar.
And for
Apa ya?
DFYG,
Sorry guys, fans Onic.
again, their star player Long
Oh, banget nih fans
definitely
Onic nih ya.
is the guy to look out for.
Jin.
You want to be able to mark him as
Jin nih,
early
fans
as
Onic nih.
possible in the
Apa aja yang
draft
tahu Onic kalau
right
ada
away,
Skylar?
and maybe in the early games.
Biasa ya
Because once
komenan-komenan
he
TikTok.
gets unleashed,
Skylar kok
he
di
really
Onic
does
bukan
some
di
really
RRQ?
crazy stuff,
Nah, yang
especially
peduli
like on the
Onic.
picks like the Moskov that we saw yesterday,
nggak
right?
peduli Onic.
Really
Yeah.
crazy stuff.
Kan yang
Yeah,
mereka
so
komen kayak gitu.
if you are the FYG and you want to make sure that your transition to being able to start hoping that Lung can carry the game, to make sure that your early
Onic
game
nggak
to mid
sebesar
game is
Evo
good,
Serat,
I don't
harus
think they
tahu,
can
guys.
afford to
Kalau
give
Onic,
heroes such
kalau
as the
RRQ,
Cho,
Evo,
Gatakacha, and Kalea.
yang
The difficult thing is you're not
merata,
going to
ya,
commit your entire first phase bans and taking
Rata lah
away
pokoknya
heroes
Evo
from
Serat
Kiboy.
juga.
That's just
Kalau Onic,
going to be counterintuitive. You're going to leave so many options open for the other members of Onic. But if they can choose, if they can trade, they
bisa
have to make sure
dibilang,
that out of anything, I think I
di
don't want to
seluruh
see
tim di
the
dunia cuma
Cho
Onic
and the
sama
Kalea end
Tel
up
ID
with
doang
Kiboy.
cuy yang udah lengkap.
But the
cuy,
difficult
Tel ID.
thing is,
Tel ID,
how
tim
then
League
are you
pun
going to
ini
decide to
yang
who takes the
tropinya
Grok and the
lengkap lah.
Gatakacha trade? If I'm
Jadi bilang
DFYG,
dah trofi apa yang lengkap dah.
I would want to see them pick Grok as their priority if it's not going to get taken away by Onic. But if in the first
Yeah.
phase, Onic are starting to take away roamers, they have to take the roamer that's available as soon as they can.
Yeah, and for roamers, I think I said this earlier. We barely scratched the surface in terms of how the meta is actually gonna progress. So as much as I want to see like the usuals for Kiboy, I'm not gonna say it's impossible that we'll find the recently buffed roamers like the support or assist the supportive roamers to make an appearance here, especially since there is a good chance that DFYG might lean more towards banning out these roam picks again, the Cho, the Grok, and such.
Yeah. So now that we're in the draft, there's also another pick that DFYG needs to be careful of, and that's, well, I'll add two more. The Yuzong and the Alice as well. So Onic have taken away the Hilda, because when it comes to the recent tournaments in China, as we mentioned, also Grok, Hilda, Cho, those heroes are actually prioritized in the roam, so the ones that can really bully. So as expected, as we called earlier, DFYG taking away the Kalea, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and take out maybe the Grok. Oh no, so Onic actually wants to set the tempo there, and they ban out the Grok. I think in the end, DFYG will end up with a Gatakacha maybe, considering that the priority for Onic will be different. I want to see them get a little bit more damage early on, but then they also still have to watch out for the EXP laner pick later.
Yeah, it just feels like they're throwing down the gauntlet here, though. The roam bans are very telling that they're trying to short that out. They know that attacking straight up into that gold lane doesn't feel productive. They know that they don't need to. They don't need to actually do that straight up. Zushin ban, again, very highly apparently damage oriented now, so that's a big difference. So gonna be removed by Onic. And as for this one, it feels like you should just ban out Choi at this point.
See if they will though. Even if they ban out the Cho, then the Gacha ends up with Onic. High Loss will be the last pick that you can go for in the Roman DFYG, and you'll have to commit the first phase ban pick up there. So maybe not ban out the Roamer. This one maybe they'll ban out either the Eve or Kimmy maybe. Wouldn't be surprised if they take out a mid laner or maybe a jungle pick. Lancelot YSS still open here, and with the Grok gone, would be good. I thought that they'd keep the Yu Zhong open because they could pick it up in the first 2 picks on the red. But now Onic can dictate how this draft is gonna go now with their first pick. YSS, Lance, both still open.
Yeah, very powerful picks. Even the Eve is open here for the taking. So lots of options coming in here for Onic. I love to see this, but at the same time, for DFYG, you're already trying to think ahead. Or can you even think ahead? Right now, it is going to be a Lancelot pick. Very, it's a no-brainer. It's so easy to just go ahead and pick that.
End up going to Kiboy, and then the mid lane pick can come in later, but the Kimmy's open, Valentina's also open, so they might want to go into the second phase already with their gold laner. If they want to avoid giving the Harith towards the FYG to combo with the Eve, and Long has shown off that he can bully in lane playing the Harith, so that might be in the list of priorities for Onic to remove. Esmeralda is also open, by the way, and I wouldn't be surprised if Onic are considering picking it up here in this first phase.
Yeah, that's right. This first phase is pretty much a really strong one for Onic either way. They can kind of just think about maybe banning the gold laners later. Ooh, it's Claude. Interesting choice here for Skylar.
Yeah. So they match the range with the Farsa, and then they go instantly for the dive that they can get with the Claude. As we've seen, we got to see a Claude performance already in this stream, and it was just easy access. Oh, alright, could have been misremembering that with another tournament I covered recently. But yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. Claude into Eve, boom, right? You get the math. It's pretty obvious there. So I think High Loss would be great for DFYG. Or maybe, if they want to, they can go Ruby, but then they might run out of their main carry later. But I want something with an instant stun that can lock the Claw down, so later on they can pick that, but they'll have to go into the second phase already, locking in their jungler. They get the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I don't blame them. So I'm expecting a lot of gold lane bans here for Onic later. For sure, you want to keep that Moskov and Harith in mind. Just make it easier for the Claude to win out the lane. Or not even win, right? Just to make sure that the Claude will survive that lane, and you should be golden. Now the bans here is going to be on XP for sure. Might want to also get rid of the CC here while you're at it. Gotcha, getting removed here very proactive.
Even if Gianfang Yagua ends up with a high loss, and that's going to be a really easy choke pick up there for Kiboy. So the awkward spot right now is for DFYG. High loss synergistically makes a lot of sense with your composition as a whole, but if you just want to block an annoying roamer, you pick up the Cho. Or you preempt that, you pick up your roamer for last, and you pick up a Khalid while all either making the choice between the high loss and the Cho. If it's the Cho, then there's a Khalid for the side of the FYG. Then at least you have roamers that both match each other's aggressiveness. However, there is the risk that once you're both level 4, that the Khalid just constantly keeps getting kicked towards the side of Onic.
Interesting. This is the next big ban. It's not CC. Alright, so are we expecting another Rome ban maybe? There you go.
Yeah.
Very well.
So it's a choice. It's either Cho or Khalid, unless there's a name that I'm missing out. I think a lot of the top roamers that we're used to seeing, Gato, Cho, High Loss, Kalea got banned earlier. So now we'll see if the FYG will end up going for a fighter gold or a marksman gold. I think Moskov is what's gonna close out their draft later. I still think Onic should lock in the Khalid here. Or if they want to be really surprising, they pick up a Rome Akai. We've seen that once or twice from them, if I'm not mistaken.
Tapi menurut
And
gue
that
ya,
does
yang
pop
kanan
up,
itu
but I
harus cow guys.
prefer
Mau
the
di
Kali just a
apain
little
pun,
bit more.
mau lu gimana
Agree,
harus
agree.
cow sih.
I think the Kali just matches
Menurut gue ya,
Kiboy's
harus cow sih.
movements as well. Akai is great for dealing
Tahu
with
kenapa harus
Lapu
cow
Lapu,
gitu loh.
also good
Emang
for the
kayak
Cho.
gitu.
So I would love to see that. I don't know if it's in Kiboy's arsenal right now, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Again, we mentioned this yesterday. Akai really heavily underutilized here. And Luffy feels like he's going to be happy with the Drizla. I guess this is pretty good. I won't blame it. Alice is okay too.
Oh!
Madame is the pick. There you go. That's better.
Okay. So you ever know they offered over the Khalid and they thought about it, but there's good layering right now. I think the Harith would have been better if it was the Khalid on the other side. If they go for the Khalid here, it might be tough to make it work. You have a lot of dashes, sure. But I just like them to be safe and pick up the Moscow. But hey, Long Man, he really felt it when he was playing the Harith yesterday. He's confident. He wants to continue that. A lot of mobility. This should be an interesting one. I like the switch up though. I really thought they'd go for the Khalid. They instead go for the Badam, wherein, yeah, you lose a little bit of the being able to match the speed of the Cho in terms of the pressure you apply on the map. But then now you make it difficult for the team fighting. You will have to devote a mobility spell if you're DFYG, because most of the time Kiboy will be landing the fist break into the fist crack and then the penalty zone as well. Onic rounded out their draft well, but there is still a way for DFYG to win this. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off.
Bisa sih jadiin
might be a bit more convoluted.
Well,
at least their Harith doesn't have to deal with it, right? So there's that. But then again, you have a very aggressive lineup here in Onic Indonesia, which again, not surprised at all. We are going into game 1 of Onic Indonesia versus Janfeng Yao Guai. We're gonna see pretty good stuff for sure, especially after they hit level 4.
Zed is able to start this off well with E1. It should feel really good to be able to have a great Cho game up against Kiboy and Sans. I like that eventually Onic decided to match the range for range. We did see Farsa and Eva's matchup earlier today, and I mean the good thing is it's just great coverage for both.
Coverage, right? Now Kyrie being given a hard time here by the rest of the FYG, but no, Kiboy is here to make sure that doesn't go too badly in their favor. So it's gonna be the FYG with some pretty decent harass. Going into the mid trio that we talked about so much. Look at that, just so much aggression. You don't know when they're just gonna pop off suddenly.
Yeah, here comes Zed though. Great knockback from Kiboy. Zed committed his flicker earlier in that little exchange as they were trying to put the pressure onto Kyrie, so that might come back to haunt him. Hopefully he doesn't dive a little bit too deep, and if he is going to be overcommitting, then DFYG needs to make sure that they cover him up with kills, because that flicker is going to be missed for the next 70 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. At the very least, he won't be going too aggressive. So there's that, right? You can just go Shenpo, go Jikundo as much as you can, but just don't make a move that needs a flicker. So you should be fine. And again, containing this mid trio of Onic Indonesia is already step 1. Of course, that's Kyrie on the Lancelot. Really, really scary. I wonder, like, when they're gonna start popping off after just waiting for Kiboy to make a hit level 4. Yeah, they're gonna have to fight around this.
Both EX Billionaires level 4 as well. Watch out for the penalty zone of Luffy.
100%. Luffy could set it up. There goes the bravest fighter used up, and the target is not really anyone in front. It's Yon on the eve, and that's gonna be first blood going over the Onic, trading it up for the Turtle. Sometimes it does feel like that gonna be worth it, but no, you got the major objective. You're also gonna lose out on your jungle because of that. Don't forget, we are on the clouds though. It's gonna be quite easy to get back into the fight, but then it's all about the goal here for Onic. Keeping it steady and keeping it even will usually give an advantage over to
Pretty good combo brought up there. Oh, the entry!
That is not the entry that I was expecting. And Zed uses the flicker again. I don't know. Every time it's on cooldown, just Zed just wants to go for it, man. Seems to be the play here. for DFYG,
Yeah.
but they're not really getting any results.
You know, a little bit too gung-ho on the use of the flicker, but
Okay lah.
maybe eventually it's gonna slow things
Okay
down
lah.
and it will eventually get rewarded into an even bigger win. Onic still has the kill lead. Gold still very close, and now you see double laning for Skylar, leaving the gold lane more to get a bit more farm in the center of the map.
20,
DFYG's been
21,
very
23.
river and jungle focused though, that at some point they're gonna really have to let go of the priority in the middle, try to get a win elsewhere into one of the side
Boleh sih
lanes.
tadi tuker satu.
Because if they're just gonna be
Jungle
hard
yang hijau itu, cuy.
pressed
Found dia.
onto just trying to stop
Berarti
the
kalau
mid
ada
trio,
turtle, itu pasti
they're
ada yang
gonna
kayak
lose
spawn
out on
gitu,
some
cuy.
big wins that they could be getting in the sides.
Actually, I noticed that the camera just hasn't really gone up or down at all. Like,
Okay,
the
kita
camera's
lihat,
just
kita lihat.
literally
Ayo.
on mid. So, I get what you mean, right? Like, it feels
Oh,
like all the pressure is right
Oh.
there, and Onic is happy to play with that.
We've just been
So
coasting
ini
in the
cowoknya
river
nggak
for the
gawe,
past
guys.
4 minutes mainly.
Tapi cowoknya nggak gawe, so.
It's
And-
funny, but that's where the action is. Like, what are we gonna do, right?
Yeah, Onic even also not forcing any issue on the sides because they know where DFYG wants to play. Yuan already forced back by Lutpi.
Ooh, that's a decent one. Vale going over straight with the bravest fighter. Will be able to take out Kiboy as well as Lutpi. Has a flicker as well, forcing a flicker out of
Nice.
sounds, but here comes Kyrie with that kill. But all said and done, it's actually DFYG with the advantage. They will be able to get
Ini
this
nih
through
yang perdebatan
uncontested.
ini ya, bro ya.
Retribution used
Katanya,
already by Kyrie, and looks like
Apaan
he's gonna
going
lose
one?
his purple buff.
Nah, itu saat saya bikin
Invade
dong,
right
karena
away
dia
by
lawan Harit tuh, ya.
DFYG, and they are
Jadi
slowly
jawabannya kalau ada Harit
getting a little
harus
bit more
apa?
advantage
Going
in the
one, ya,
game
tuh
so
ya.
far. No big clear wins just yet, though. No towers fallen. DFYG are taking it to Onic. Great kick.
Gitu.
Ooh.
Kok bisa kayak gitu?
Look at that. I was about to say, like, you know what?
I
DFYG is
mean-
doing it without any flashy play. They're doing it very slowly, and then all of a sudden, of course, Zed's
Udah
gonna
gitu
use
aja
the
sekarang.
flicker in the way of the
Aneh.
dragon. Of course, right? So, right there and then,
Gimana itu
it
Skylar
is,
ini?
you know, stuff like that is gonna buy
Satu tim
time.
bukan
It's gonna buy
manusia,
more
anjing.
tempo for DFYG. The goal lead is
Onic
actually not
GG,
going up
star
as much as I
player,
thought it
anjing.
should. It just means that Onic is keeping it in their favor as
Nope.
well. But
Nggak mati.
Kyrie getting chased out by 2 members. DFYG might be bad. There's a big airstrike on top side as well. Looking to make something happen, but Long very happy to play around it. Of course, inside that Zaman Force, but even the Zaman Force can't actually save him that long. No pun intended. To be
Skylar.
owned and Zed very close
Skylar,
by,
ngap-
and
ngap-
they're
ngapain,
going to be
guys?
forcing Onic back as well.
Sekarang ngapain nge-push?
DFYG are going to be remiss that they lost long there. That eventually ended up as a big win for Onic, getting the first kill
Allah
onto
Akbar.
the opposing gold
Allah
laner.
Akbar.
Good thing Sans was able to fly on out of the real world manipulation, but now DFYG, since they saw how much was committed by
Okay,
Onic up
ini
top, they will
waktunya
now
Onic
go for the
dihujat nih.
turret in that lane instead to trade
bau
it
dia
out.
kayak burik gitu
That's
ya,
the right
Rare.
call. And 2 of the turrets broken in the
Padahal
back now
Skylarnya
have
nggak
been
gitu,
taken down by
ini loh.
DFYG.
Perform.
Man,
Apa ya?
DFYG are scarier than I thought they
Udah
would be
gitu, Dok.
so early
Kalau dia
on in this
sekarang ini
game.
memang- itu
But then
salah
again,
satu
it's to be
faktor hero
expected,
gua
right?
juga
You've
sih
got
kalau
an
dia.
Eve, you got the Lapu Lapu, one of the
nggak tahu kenapa
strongest
gitu,
early to mid
keren banget.
heroes. I mean, even late. So, one of the strongest heroes. Honestly, to grace the Land of Dawn. And at this point, they're just leveraging their early game beefiness, even the threat of the Way of the Dragon, to get more advantages in the early game.
Zed gets the vision. Now Yuan and Long will hover around the mid. The position looks good for both. No clear advantage towards side lane minion waves, but I think Onic, if they end up getting a big win in this turtle, will look towards mid or the bot already. Vel goes in.
Yeah, as usual, on cue, Vel uses Brave Sire, starts up the fight, but the big penalty zone coming in from Luffy actually will be able to disrupt it so much. Yon will go down, and it is just going to be blood after blood,
Dapat
trade
terserah.
after trade, kick happening here, but the body of Sid going to keep Luffy
Tapi
alive
Luffy-nya.
just for a few moments more before he will
Mati
eventually
saja.
fall to the blades of the Shadow Kill.
Ako, Che.
Actually,
Super
Super Ken, not really quite done yet. But he does see Kyrie and decides to
Ako
just
din ang
back
Kyrie
off,
Luffy.
at least for now. That could have been way worse than it was, or it looked, but it's like Onic is going to have to fight off so much more aggression this time around.
Boy.
Jianfeng
Oh, mati
Yaoguai
tuh. Skylar.
boosting that goal lead to 3.2
Oh,
k.
balik Skylarnya.
Yeah, Super Ken was able to win the turtle in the end. DFYG
was able to even out the aggression that Onic
Anjing
showed.
kenapa gak
Again,
pakai skin?
penalty
Alah,
zone
gua suka
coming in
banget
big
anjing kalau
time.
nggak pakai skin kok.
FYG were able to handle it
Kayak
very
gaya,
well.
anjing. Bentusan.
Long and Yi1 might have
Pakai
gone
lagi
down a little bit
skin,
too quick
sob.
in that
Kenapa
fight,
sih?
though. Still, in the end, it was recovered
Kayak
by
bukan ciri
Super
khasnya
Ken.
Sans, anjing, kalau nggak pakai
Very
kolektor
interesting
Parse.
game.
Kenapa ya?
Not going the way
Lu
that
tahu
I
kolektor
expected it to, but I
Parse
am
itu udah
pleasantly
kayak
surprised
gitu melekat
with
banget
what
di
I have
Sans.
been seeing. Most importantly,
Kalau
so
dia
from
nggak pakai, kayak untung aja
DFYG,
gitu loh.
they are taking Onic
Saya
to
coba
the
nggak pakai
brink
skin.
here. Still a very close game and definitely not 100%. It's Dianfeng Yao Guais to lose. They still have a little bit more progress to make, but those two
Ini
turret
Kyrie ini nggak
advantages,
gawe anjing, udah
that's the
dienakin
little lead
kok,
along
Cok.
with a little bit of goal that they have ahead of
Gawe,
Onic.
anjing,
They're
mama,
really
Cok.
holding
Iya,
on
Doni.
to.
That's true. Really holding on to
Very
that.
gawe,
I
guys.
completely agree. This was not the way that I thought it would run. No, except maybe after that Lapu Lapu, because when they pick up Lapu Lapu, that's gonna start the fights more often than not. And when he does start the fight,
Kyrie-nya.
Vel knows how to
Skill 1,
navigate.
guys, main assassin.
And maybe it's down to the fact that it's just so hard
Ibang
for
turnamen.
any single or any two members
Iya,
of Onic to
tahu.
deal with a rampaging Lapu
Iya, tahu
Lapu. They don't
turnamen.
really have the tools to deal with it,
Kayak nggak masuk
especially
akal
this
aja
early
gitu
into
loh.
the game. Maybe that's one of the factors here contributing to them. But look at that, Skylar! Almost getting taken out
Nggak
immediately. That was
ke-pop up
almost
flickernya,
100-0. Luckily, he was able to get out of dodge here, but not done yet. They're going to be able to buy so much space for this Lord. And now they're going in. Del, Freya's fighter, throws down Landshaker. No one home. And it's going to be a soft reset. Long already using up the Salmon
Kyrie.
Force. This could be some pretty good stuff. Kyrie is dishing out
Mati
here on the
saatnya.
side, but
Enggak.
Zed already used the Flicker Wave,
Mati,
the Dragon
boy.
combination. That
Mati,
might be
Kyrie.
bad.
Mati.
That might be the ticket here for Jonathan Yao Guai to actually make more things happen. Kyrie's up on front,
Kayaknya
wants to
kagak
make it a
gawe,
50-50 if ever, but
anjing.
looks like they're going to decide against it, at least for now. Or will they? Don't know if Vel already has the way to drag. Or sorry, he already has it. The previous fighter actually. It's gonna be back up. Tries to go for a bush check
Okay.
and the flicker in straight into Sans. And look at that, Lutfi gonna get taken out quite quickly. Super Ken is on a killing spree. Look at this guy, just unstoppable so far. Even Kyrie's
gagawe
Lancelot is
itu
having a
kayaknya.
hard time dealing with it. And now that's gonna be
Lanjut.
Lord number 2 going over to DFYG.
DFYG, color me impressed
Jelek,
how
Kyrie.
they
Jelek.
pushed and pulled that Lord twice or thrice. Really dragging it out, not committing the 50-50, making sure that, okay, we'll bring it down low, we'll bring Kyrie out, we'll bring Onic a little bit closer to force them, but then they already have bodies way ahead, stopping
Kagawe, guys,
any
Kyrie.
form of aggression that Onic would want to do to really try and heavily contest.
Tadi
And they
enakin,
soft reset it, or the first case I believe was a hard reset. They get kills, they go back, bring down the Lord a bit, bring Onic closer, then they reset again. That is tremendous play by DFYG to
gagawe
bait
to.
Onic out
Sabar,
multiple times, and now they are getting closer to
Mana
a
nih,
7,000
Kyrie
gold
tiram
lead.
nih.
Super Ken now has a BOD and he is 3-0-1. The two Indonesians in DFYG have been stellar against Onic.
Powernya, guys.
You can tell their knowledge about the opposing team right now is really helping out a lot for DFYG, knowing the tempo of Onic Indonesia to some extent. So they're doing very well, and
Onic
DFYG are now
Indonesia.
just camping out in the jungle here of Onic Indonesia.
gagawe,
Now, if you're
sok.
Onic, what's going to be the play here, man? Like, how do they climb
Anjing.
themselves out of here and
Itu
stop
ayam
the
musa nggak
snowfall?
mati, Jing.
Yeah, with how they're built, it's gonna come through the fight.
Mati.
Oh my goodness!
Mati
Super
kok.
Ken just finding Skylar like that. He tried to cancel it out, but it was a bit too early on the flicker.
Yo, they're starting
Ah,
and
and-
they're not stopping. DFYG, target after target is falling. Lutfi and Kyrie are all alone to
And
defend
top.
against this big wave on the top side, and all remaining members of DFYG. This might be a big ask, but they are going to try to see if they
And
can
then-
clear up this wave,
Wow.
and that's going to be a no-no. Kyrie, with all his
Bye-bye.
tools, will not even be able to slow him down, and DFYG take down Onic Indonesia in game number 1.
And you see how getting even that game win means to them. A confidence boost for DFYG to take down Onic in a game. The series is definitely not over yet, and we may be on the way to seeing 3 games, but it's it is impressive. You cannot take away from the win of the FYG in this game. The draft, what they pulled off, the fact that they focused on the roam priorities with the bans, they picked up Cho at 4, terrific drafting, and even better execution. What a game by DFYG.
What a game, man. You saw that DFYG were so giddy. They were jumping literally after that win. What the hell is happening here? Man, oh man, Super Ken, I gotta say, man,
Yeah.
BTR Goat, he learned so much. You can tell he knows how to deal with Onic Indonesia's playstyle. You can tell that he has played with him time and time again. The way that he's actually dipping and diving and anticipating their moves, very impressive, I have to say. Especially for Vel, by the way, he's like my personal MVP for this one. Vel on the Lapu-Lapu knew when he needed to go, knew when he needed to strike, and he knew when he needed to fight.
The Indonesian connection between Vel and Super Ken were so good. It was as if they were back in Indonesia, getting wins over Onic in the regular season. Terrific performance by DFYG.
1-0. Waduh.
Definitely one of the
1-0.
weirdest things that happened today, and maybe an upset if you're depending on your allegiance. But you know what? It's good Mlbb. We'll see you in a few moments as we go into game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of
Ya bang, ya bang,
autonomous
tahu bang, Arab kaya
robotics and
banget
many
bang,
other
ya bang,
activities.
ya bang. Copyright coy. Copyright kayaknya. Kayak dah, copyright dah emang. Tahu gua. Tuh. Copyright. Copyright. 1-0. Oh, Aurora Gaming PH udah menang, guys. Goblok. Ajak Filbert. Main nggak? Lah. Ini file loh. Yang tolol lah, memang kamu itu file loh. Lu ngapain? Kamu itu hoy. Aneh, Cok. Ya kan? Aneh kan? Aneh nggak? guys orang-orang. Hanya core item jangan diganti-ganti. Ngadi-ngadi. Apa ini guys? Bumper-bumperin guys. Aman kan stream gua kan? Aman. Tim. Kok ya? Live stream gua burik ya? 9.000 anjir. Kenapa malah ini guys? Tuh, udah gak burik kan? Harusnya stream gua udah gak burik nih. Pantes gua bingung kok mentok 6.000 doang. Astagfirullahaladzim. Nah, kayak gitu. Kita kasih lihat ya. Gua ya. Biju Dama. Kita lihat. Kita kasih lihat guys ya. Biju Dama kita sob. Dama kita sebar. Anjir biju Dama kita. Serius sih. Enggak lah. Mana ya Lukas gua ya? Tuh, Lukas viral gua mana guys? Mana guys Lukas viral gua? Mana Lukas viral gua? Sebentar guys.
In a position where it's actually the FYG who are ahead in the series.
Yep. It's 1-0. 1-0 in favor of DFYG. And the beats of the draft are going pretty similarly. Onic might be letting go of their Hilda first phase ban, something that they banned alongside the Grok and Juice earlier in game number 1. While still, it is very set for DFYG. Wouldn't be surprised if they continue this of just Kalea, Fanny, and Yu Zhang again, and then play for some different trades.
Yeah, definitely the draft. Even though they did have like a 50-50 draft, definitely it felt a lot easier for DFYG to play around it. Just because they also had like the Lapu Lapu, right? And the Lapu Lapu just did so much to just make it so easy to get a team fight going.
Yeah.
And because of that, feels like the Harif is gonna get removed as well. Another pain point in the game earlier. I gotta say.
Huh?
So this is actually fine.
Yeah, of course, the Harith being a terrific last pick for DFYG, it rounded out the damage profile that they needed a little bit better. And of course, Long showing off why he also won in lane using a Harith in yesterday's series. And I believe that might also have just been a call by Onic. It's like, yeah, we can't let the Harith get through for them. He's really good at it. So I like that now Onyx looking towards the Eve as a priority. But definitely this is going to be telegraphed by DFYG. No way they're going to be giving an Eve just like that to Onyx unless they're prepped with something else. So just instantly they go for the Lancelot and they go for the Hilda. So I think this is also expected by Onyx though, considering that they gave up the Hilda ban and now it ends up with DFYG.
Yeah, that's like an insta-lock right there. Like, you were just mentioning it, and you were just about to check their draft, and the FYG immediately lock in the Lancelot and the Hilda. But I love this. This Lapu Lapu on the side of Onic Indonesia just makes it so that they can actually just play around it, you know? Start the fight with Lapu Lapu, and then just give Sans breathing room or very easy ways to get the fight in their favor.
Yeah, so now the question is if they're going to get their gold laner or jungler. They still get their gold laner, and this time they focus on the Claude. So the carry pick is going to be coming in later, and I wouldn't be surprised if DFIG just start committing bans onto the Hayabusa and Yu Shin, or give one of those two heroes up, and then just readjust their bans or their picks to counter the eventual jungler for Onic. They take away the Esmeralda by picking it up for themselves now, and that is instantly just going to be going into the EXP lane to face up against that Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, that's a pretty good matchup. The FYG, I mean, it's not the best. Honestly, it feels like the Lapu Lapu is still more mobile, and it's a lot more teamfight oriented. But Esmeralda is definitely something that you can't really face off straight up. And you also have a Claude, right? The Claude can't rely too much on the shielding for him to survive. Same with the Lapu.
Yeah. So, if Kiboy ends up with getting the Romba down here again, that's actually going to make this Esmeralda really happy. That it would make sense if they just take out the Cho and then the Gatot Kacha. I don't think Onic has to take out the Gatot, because if they put this Esmeralda in the gold, Hilda and XP, and then they put a Rome Gatot Kacha, they're gonna be lacking in damage. And they'll need to pick up something like the Kimmy, because they just can't all be cooldown based. They'll also need some continuous attack getting dished out, and Kimmy would be like the last best option instead of going for a Farsa or a burst style mage.
Yeah, that Farsa is something that we saw earlier. Was able to actually deal with the Eve quite well, but it's gonna get banned out. So what's the mid lane option looking like here for DFYG?
As I just said earlier, Kimmy will probably be their next best bet.
Kimmy's look good. will it? Is there a possibility of it getting banned out? Like, is there a way that
Yeah.
like an alternative for that?
Yeah, that's a sad thing though. So as expected, they take out the Gacha. If Onic decides to ban out the Kimi here, then their mid, they're probably gonna end up left with something like a Kagura, most likely, or the Valentina even. The Valentina might be their next best bet if they just want to make sure that they can get the real world manipulation. If Onic do not ban out the Kimi, then they'd rather face into it. But I think to be safe, Onic just needs to take it out.
Anjir
I
masih
think
pakai.
Kimi covers a little bit more of what they...
Arin-
Oh,
Arin
the
defend.
low Yi!
Ooh.
Okay, good read. So
Arin
they're willing
defend.
to play into the Kimi because they'd rather take out the low Yi. All right, okay.
Apa
That
ini
is
guys?
decent. That is actually decent here for Onic. Now, Kimi is an option. Not that it has an easy time, right? It has a pretty hard time against like players like, heroes like the Lapu Lapu,
Mhm.
heroes like the Eve. But again, you can't really pick that for as much as we want you to pick it, can't. And Long going back to a comfort pick.
Yep.
Going for the Moscow.
Yeah, so as expected, it is going to be basic attack-based marksman. They could still go for the Hayabusa. I think the Hayabusa is just going to be a really solid pick in the end. Even though they're up against the Hilda, then they pick up maybe like a Hylos or Badang. I'm a little bit iffy. Khalid, I don't see enough.
Want to
Yeah, I
show it
think
up?
it's just... well, it was banned.
Oh yeah, bans
so...
out. Sorry, banned out.
So it's either the Badang or the Hylos. Maybe Freaky Boy, unless he digs deep and picks up something like a Tigreal. I don't know. Oh, a Barats. Okay.
Really?
So, of course, he got adjusted and by the patch. And now they're going to lock in the Guinevere as well. Lots of crowd control. Okay.
Ooh, all right. This looks good. This looks really good for Onic Indonesia. I like it. Feel like not a lot of rumors will consider
ini, guys? Moskov.
the Guinevere, but recently it has been really rising in usage. So
Yeah.
Guinevere roam really good at
Viral.
stopping
Mhm.
a lot of mobile heroes in its tracks, and that's going to do well against the Lance. It's going to do well
Viral.
against the Moskov, even the Hilda in some scenarios.
Yeah. So either the Valentina or Kimi, unless they're... Will they go something off kilter? Probably not. We have been talking about the Kimi for a while here. That's a lot of basic attack. If they want a little bit more control and they even steal the Detonus Welcome, then the Valentino would be good. But yeah, we've been saying it earlier. They ended up getting up the Kimi. So it's Onic who decided to flex a little bit more creativity in this draft because that's where they ended up getting forced into. They have some really strong crowd control effects, and I think it's time we talk about what has been changed by Barats in the latest draft. So his ultimate misses if he doesn't get to bite anyone with Detonus Welcome. The cooldown gets reduced by 50%. If the ultimate hits, Detona immediately gains max stacks of the big guy passive. So if you just want to land your ultimate, if you're rushing to get into a fight, you don't need to get stacks first and then use your ultimate. If it hits, you get stacks right away. They also remove the effect of Barrett's getting stacks of big guy when respawning. And there is increased HP bonus for the additional damage. From 1.8%, it is now 5% of your total HP. So the more HP Barrett has, he's happy.
And you know what? It's actually about time. It's just so weird for Barras that you have to keep stacking up for a long time, and then you go for a big fight, and then you have to do it all over again. This time around, it feels like more intuitive, right? To actually use the Barrats, and I really appreciate that change onto it. Maybe one of these could be the signal here for Barrats to actually start entering pro play again after a long time of just making like random appearances out of nowhere. Might be a really good staple pick, especially if Onic Indonesia can prove that here in this game.
Yeah, I think it is a big deal. The fact that the little bit of reworks and adjustments to when he gets his cooldown, the max stacks, once you get the bite, should be all well and good. I mean, I'm definitely okay, and I would not want to see another heyday of it's always just Barrett's versus Fredrin. I'm fine. I don't need to see that again. But just to have like another option, it's totally fine by me. That's cool, you know? Like, I would rather see a little bit more of that, where, okay, you can bring in Barrett's from time to time if you want to. Similar to how Fredrin is now, similar how to Akai is now.
That's true. Again, expanding the jungle option is probably one of their a big priority as well. You don't want to go back to just only Frederick and Akai and stuff like that, right? And the Baksha, obviously. So, yeah, we're in a really good spot, and it feels like if we can find more. Again, Guinevere also tried to be a jungler sometime in the past. So, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm just saying can happen. Maybe someday along the line. But here we go. Game number 2. It's Onic Indonesia, who are down a game against Dianfeng Yao Guai. But I have to say, after reviewing the draft, Onyx got like a pretty sizable advantage. If like it's just a head-to-head, right? Because you gotta admit, DFYG's lineup, hella greedy. Like, oh my god. You got
Get
2
another
marksmen up on you.
Yeah, it will take some time. So there is a risk of Onic just snowballing on them, steamrolling them through this Barretts. The good thing is, again, we got to see it earlier, wherein as long as your conditions are set, you know that you just need to hold. Similar to, I believe it was the Mythic Seal game earlier that we saw in that game number 2, wherein they had a much later game lineup. They were just able to hold on, and then eventually take the win later in the game. It's a similar story. On the side of Onic, you have a lineup that could potentially just run over DFYG. But if DFYG can keep things close, keep the gap just hovering around 3,000 to 4,000 at worst, then there's a really good chance that they can make a comeback through this as long as they can get some good farm for long. Because the problem is, if it's the jungle that's actually getting majority of the farm, and let's say Kimmy and the Moskov are both lagging significantly behind, then even if they're still within range of 3,000 to 4,000, that's going to be a really hard comeback. So if someone's going to struggle, make sure the other 2 are good with farm, or at least have kept it close. That's how you make sure you get to bring it back around 14 minutes, 15 minutes, and hit your power spike then, and especially have a very threatening presence in the game for Onic to deal with.
I mean, what threatening presence though? What do you think is that threatening presence? Because you're absolutely right. Like, if for example we go into the game and we see that they're even in gold for like maybe the next 6 minutes or 7 minutes, that's already good, right, for DFYG. But I wonder what presence they can do aside from the Hilda in the early, or maybe Super Ken on the Lancelot, right?
Yeah. I was talking about the farm, the items. That's really just going to be their ace up their sleeve. That's their presence that they're going to be waiting to be getting past 14 minutes, around 15 minutes, if ever it doesn't go their way. The good thing is they have a good matchup in the EXP lane for the Esmeralda against the Lapu Lapu. Although this time around it might be a little bit better for Skylar, but instantly you see the aggression by Onic, and they can afford to do this, playing around the Barretts.
Playing around that Barretts. Again, you're waiting for that, right? You want Dennis welcome. You want to see that. Again, you have a lot of heroes that can actually take advantage of the skills that you have here. So, good early game damage coming in from D-Boy, possibly once you hit the Violet Requiem. And also, pretty good damage on the Eve. You know, as we talked about, Eve usually is like a really high DPS hero. You kind of forget that it's not bursty, but it is continuous damage and slow and burn. So, yeah, let's see if they can use that. And then for now, luckily for the Esmeralda, for Vel, Lutpi is actually having a hard time dealing with it straight up, which is to be expected on that lane, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, one of the core survivability for Lapu Lapu is to just have innate shielding capabilities. Something that's the Esmeralda is very happy to go up against. So now with the first big fight for DFIG, they're just hoping they don't suffer a massive loss. Like, if this ends up becoming 3-0, bro, that's gonna be a struggle for DFIG, and it's gonna be a really late game for them. But if they can keep it close, and they should be good. Onic, though, if they get this, it's gonna be massive.
Yeah, this is going to be massive if Onic can actually just get this early on. Bell is very proactive here. Lutpi already using up the Bravest Spider. Rushing, they're bum rushing straight into the turtle here, using the traction pulse. It's going to be stolen by Super Ken. What the helly? And now that's going to be a big, very bad team fight here. Kyrie is up in front. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Sans trying to do some decent damage from the back line, but Super Ken is dancing in and out. He's going to go down though. Long's coming in, but as you can see, this Moskov just doesn't really quite have enough damage yet, but you know what? The FYG got the turtle, and they got some decent amount of gold for that as well. Lutpi, though, going in with the Bravest Spider, some decent output here. Zed Oh my god, that is a Hilda. It is gonna hurt, and they're gonna be getting another kill in their pockets.
Onic.
Great rotation by Zed. I think Lutfi decided to commit that because he definitely was thinking, oh, no way the Hilda's gonna come to me, right? Like, Zed's not gonna go all the way here. I can just duel it out with Vel. Wait, no, the Hilda is here. And that's another kill going on over to the Esmeralda. Lutfi struggled in game 1, will be struggling here yet again. DFYG, them getting a win in that turtle was massive for their cause because Lung is still deathless. He's still farming. Skylar, though, is still relatively undisturbed, but DFYG will be okay with that. They're playing with 3 carries in their lineup. Long.
Yeah, they're here to just survive in the early games, not to win even. But look at that. They're actually outputting some pretty decent pressure. You know what? When I was actually estimating this lineup for DFYG, maybe I forgot about how good a strong, good of a poke that Kimmy can actually dish out, especially if the traction pulse just keeps hitting, you know?
So much damage is on the way for DFYG if Onic cannot find a way to stop them. This second turtle take might just be the difference here. They should have enough now in their tank through the Eve, through the Barrets, and even a little bit of the Claude to now take it to DFYG. But Zed has been, again, great man marking for Zed. Vel as well, definitely a huge nuisance for Onic. Now DFYG have started things off.
Starting it off, and actually it's a pretty decent start here. Of course, on the side, it's going to be Lutfi hunting down Yon, and I think he will find him. That's going to be another kill going over to them, but it looks like Turtle is not the prio. It's going to be taking down Kyrie, and that means that's going to be Retribution going over to DFYG once more. But look at this really, really good team fight coming in with the Blazing Duet. Oh, they catch him though, and that is going to be 3 members going down for Onic Indonesia. Lutfi is on the run. Same with Sans. Not enough mana, not enough damage output to actually deal with this really scary Esmeralda. Even using the Breaking Spider to dip at that moment. Man, oh man, DFYG, after all that, even got a turret on top side, Renmar.
DFYG get another win, and Onic now are scrambling. It looked good initially. Lutfi did a great job of zoning out and taking down E1, but DFYG readjusted their focus and just decided, give it all to the Barretts, then we back off, readjust, the push and pull yet again. Similar to what they showed off in game number 1, DFYG are really showing off how much they've improved since we last saw them in a major international nail. Now they are potentially on the way to sweeping on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still 6 minutes in. Kiboy eventually got to counter back with a great re-entry. The spatial migration and flicker started it off. But because of the lead that Vel has built up for himself as the Esmeralda, he's 4-0-1. Onic does not have the damage just yet to deal with this. It's going to be tough, and now Lutfi's in trouble.
Yeah, Lutfi is going to get caught here in the traction pulse. Luckily, we'll be able to do the CC maneuver on the lap. Yeah, look at that. Rotation that DFYG is doing, making sure that the top side just cannot be farmed at all, forcing Skylar to go bottom to get even more gold for him.
If DFYG win this next turtle again with 2 kills plus and Onic don't match that, it's not going to look good for Onic. It's going to be DFYG now taking control of the game. Hopefully, Skylar got enough farm for his Claw to eventually just match now the damage output that DFYG has. But will it also even be enough to take out the Esmeralda? Super
Mana bet Onic kalah bet 1-0 bet. Makanya
he's just going hard on the Sans there to get once more. It is going to be Super Ken with that turtle. Kyrie gonna get basically melted in the DPS. That is Yon. That is Vel. Right now up on front, even forcing the flicker out of Lutfi, as well as the rest of the Onic lineup. And now here's Skylar going in the back line, trying to hunt down low. He's actually gonna find him. There goes that comeback possibility, but Skylar will also be dealt with here by Super Ken. Nice prediction on where he's actually going to go back, or when he's going to go back. And so far, so good for DFYG. They're still keeping this relatively sizable lead.
All turtles have gone over to Super Ken again from Yao Guai. Onic now, though, the saving grace is
Retrinya
Skyler, who
sob,
does have the
sob.
damage, and Kyrie,
Retri
it took a
viral
lot
ini mah.
of DFYG's damage to
Mana,
try
Bet?
and just take him
Retri
down.
nyambat itu, Bet.
So it might be so that even with all the damage that DFYG has,
Yalah.
Kyrie might just have enough to just hold down long enough for Skylar and Sans to deal majority of the damage and or finish off what the other members of Onic have already started. But as it stands, the
But-
FYG has the lead. Super Ken has been finding some really good trades.
Apa
Vel
nih
hasn't
Restream
died
tim
yet.
nih?
Long
Tai nih.
only went down
Yalah,
once, but he's racked up some 5
Kyrie ganti
assists.
Albert lah ini
No,
mah.
not a lot of kills yet
Tuh,
for
Kyrie
him.
ganti Albert
He
setuju.
won as well, has been positioning relatively
Kyrie
well.
udah
It's just
ada.
they
Kyrie
were
udah muak
caught
gua
off
nih.
guard by the eventual entries. As
Coba
long as
gua
the
Kyrie
FYG keep
ambil
watching
Albert dah,
out
terserah
and
dah.
maximize
Boleh
their
gak sih?
purifies, every team fight is going to be difficult for
Dah, dah,
Onic.
dah, dah.
100%, especially if Zed
Kyrie
just
dah
keeps
udah
going
muak
unchecked, right? I want to also check
Rendah
the
Onic
items if
dibantai Super Ken
possible.
lah.
I want
Iya,
to see
itu
if the
Super Ken ya.
chastise full run is already completed. For
Iya,
sure,
itu
that's
Super
like a
Ken ya.
big core item if your opponent is a Claude.
Ya,
And they're
itu
trying to
Super
deal with
Ken
it
loh.
now as well on top side, especially here on
Kan
the
juga.
bottom. Look at that. They might be starting to build towards
Wah,
it.
mati
And they
kok
take out
Skylarnya.
Skylar just like that. What the heck? Where did that
Dibantai
amount of
Super
damage
Ken
come from?
bener,
Feels like they
anjing.
just bursted him into oblivion.
Super Ken
It's
Onic lah.
built in, it's all natural, it's all natty damage.
Iya, Super Ken
From
anjir orang nyadar gua.
DFYG,
Sok.
and they're gonna be able to get this Lord.
Ya
They're zoning out
Allah, dia
Onic.
pas
Onic
di
can't get
BTR kagak
close.
menang anjir.
This Hilda is just
Pas lawan
paying
Onic,
off dividends
tim Cina
right
menang,
now.
Cok.
And look at that,
Bener
Vel.
juga
He's
lu,
actually
Bet.
fighting against 4 members of Onic and somehow just
mati,
actually
anjing,
surviving.
Esme-nya.
Again, the perks of just being an Esmeralda. But look at that. Finally,
Nggak
that
mati.
as well can get
Gila,
used
nggak
up
mati
here.
juga.
And here comes Long, though. The
Kata.
backup is real. And the
And
big dive.
nggak.
Falling Star will use up by Vel as well. And looks like that's going to be the disengage. We got the big Lord wave coming up on top side and the bottom. You got
Hello.
Long as well. And there you go. Feels like they just want to go
Aneh,
all out
Cok.
damage here. They don't want to build defensive at
Retrinya kayak
all.
Filbert, Cok.
Onic used a lot of their abilities there. And they are going to be somewhat lacking. Good thing the push of the Lord up top isn't as fast as it could have
Gimana
been. So
Cok Retrinya, Bet?
RWM is back.
Pas Kyrie,
The
Bet.
Violet Requiem
Mana
is
nih?
back. Lapu-Lapu will get his bravest fighter
Oh,
and
ini,
raging
Cok.
slash is back as well. They're just waiting for Death and his welcome now for Onic. But for DFYG again, it's just as long as they just keep watching their positioning, Vel is nigh unstoppable at this point. So far, the answer to if Onic do they have enough damage to take down this Esmeralda?
Mati
It's
lah gua,
no.
Cok.
He's surviving
Retrinya.
5v1s, 4v1s, man. And when
Sorry,
only
Lim.
with Zed
Gua gak
there to help.
Kak, konten ML.
Yeah, especially now
Kagak,
that
lu
you
buat
already
COC
completed
aja
the blade
benci.
armor and chastise is
Oh,
on
COC
Zed
aja.
alongside
Benci
the
gue
Oracle.
sama ML.
So
Ya gak apa-apa,
you know that
Vicky.
this
Gak
front line
apa-apa,
is just gonna keep
Vicky.
going non-stop. Even against the
Cuma
Blazing Duet,
pilihan orang
maybe
nggak
even
sih,
against the
Vicky?
Lapu-Lapu with the Bravest Fighter, and
Lu
even
ngapain benci sama
against
ML? Gue tanya dia apain
obviously
Luffy.
the Violet Requiem. So let's go ahead and see if they're gonna, if anything is gonna change here. So far, so good. The FYG keeping the
Ya,
tempo
dia
up,
ngapain
massive
lu
map
ngapain benci
control
dia?
for the Chinese squad.
I hope our
Diapain sama dia?
slowly
Gitu loh, lu
growing
diperkosa, disekap.
passionate community in China is watching, and I
Nah.
hope the news is spreading. The DFYG is on the way to beating
Nah.
Onic.
Gak mati
They are
loh.
on the way
Mati
for
dong,
sure, but
mati
look
dong.
at that, the counter engage
Viral.
coming from Sans and the Blazing Duet
Blunder.
undisrupted here.
Blunder,
Or
Sob.
Skylar actually did some pretty
Blunder,
decent damage,
anjing.
taking down 3 members of the FYG just like that. All of a sudden, tables could
Overheated.
possibly be turned, especially if Sans gets a Void Crystal here
Oh,
and a
Flickering
Void
Sans.
Blast. That's gonna be catching the Long for sure. Look at that, they're fighting back. Some decent damage coming in from the FYG. And that's
Itu gara-gara
good
Filbert
kickback.
hujat Onic,
Signs of
jadinya
life
lihat
from
comeback
Onic.
anjing lah.
And that is a massive heat check. Yan Feng Yao Guai cannot afford a loss
Gara-gara
like that
Filbert
yet
hujat
again.
Onic,
You're
Cok,
starting
marah,
to feel
Cok,
it. The
Onicnya,
sustainability
Sob.
and tankiness of Kyrie.
Itu kan
of
Claudia
the
udah
both
sakit ya,
together
Bet,
as
ya?
well. The damage that can just be dished out surprisingly by the Lapu
Mana sih,
Lapu.
Bet?
Lutfi decided to build up a blade armor. So did Kyrie,
Claudia kalau
who
udah
just
3DP,
completed it
aduh,
now.
siapapun
So the
bocor, coy,
damage
di depan.
output getting brought out
siapapun
by
bocor
the
dia di
Kitty,
depan itu
by
kalau
the
lawan
Monster, is going to
3DP
go
itu.
back to hurt them back as well. So as long as, again, we said it, the
Lord.
condition for DFYG
Lord, kalau
was
nggak
you
dapet
gotta be
lagi,
careful,
Restream Indomaret
maximize
lagi,
the
udah lah, nggak tahu
purifies,
lah
and
gua,
they slipped
terserah
at
Kyrie
that
kaki aja dah.
moment. Zed was caught
Sampai
out.
gua.
It wasn't the perfect start for DFYG. Yes, their gold laners, or their damage dealers, excuse me, were able to hold.
Iya aja
But
nih,
now
Kyrie, Cok.
immediately Vel
Indomaret
start to feel
lagi,
like,
iya
wait
aja
a
dah.
minute, they're starting to hurt.
Nanti aja,
I'm not
Albert.
as unstoppable as I thought it was.
Mending nonton
So
PP
Onic
jam
definitely
10
has a
jam
chance for
10
comeback. There's
10 Bet.
Boy.
They catch
Jam 10
him,
bet,
and
pepek
Zed
bet.
actually will be able to survive the
Jam
battle.
10.55
The
bet,
re-engage
jam
is real
11,
coming in
jam
from
11
Bell
bet, pepek.
with the falling Star Moon. Might be
pepek jam
exactly
11
what
men.
DFYG needs
Makanya
to
nonton
get
Onic
this
dulu kan.
board started. Now Bell is up on front. Zed is too, checking those
10.55
bushes, making
PM
sure
bet.
there's just no way for Kyrie to make an entrance, but I'm pretty sure they will force it. Right now, Lutpi waiting for an opening here to
mending
use
nonton
that
pepek,
bravest
bener,
fighter. Kyrie has an on-demand crowd control as
Jam
well.
10.55
This
bet. Makanya bet.
Esmeralda could get disabled
mungkin sih lu
anytime,
nonton
but
itu
looks like
terlalu
they are
malam sih,
actually
Bet.
not
Jam
afraid
11
of
itu.
it. They're dancing up on front.
Aku pun
Zed's
nggak tahu
actually
ya.
quite low.
Di
There's a
ulur-
big
di
split
ulur tahu nggak ya,
from
Bet,
Long.
ya?
He's actually not going
Udah mulai,
away
Cuk,
from
itu
this
lawan
fight.
Falcon. Hah?
And that might be the opening Onic
Jam
needs.
10.55
Look
Bet.
at that.
Can't lose
Nggak,
Bell.
belum.
Falling Star Moon gonna get cancelled here.
Ya
Traction
kan udah lah,
process
tapi
used
mainnya
up,
kan
and here comes
belum.
that bravest fighter we're looking
Mainnya
for.
belum, Bet.
And nom. That goes.
Mainnya
That's
belum,
gonna be
Bet.
the Hilda gonna get taken out. And there's the advantage that Onic are looking for.
Mainnya belum.
They lose one, but they have to send back two because of the split push of Long. Smartly so, he did not use the SOD to join that
Itu
sequence.
R7 mah
The other
pasti
members of
nonton Onic
DFYG
dulu,
were
baru nonton
too
R7-nya.
far
Dia pasti
behind.
nonton Onic
Still a
dulu.
man advantage for Onic, and it still looks good for
Ah,
them.
di
All the
Wikipedia itu
objectives
kan
so
ada
far have
schedule-nya
gone towards
semua itu lengkap.
DFYG's way. But now that it has become a much
Tapi
healthier
tadi lihat,
Barracks
Cuk.
that can
Emang
survive
iya,
and sustain
anjir.
a lot of damage,
Waduh,
this might
waduh.
not be as easy as Super Ken thought it would be in terms of being able to win this
Tapi,
Restream battle.
Sri,
And this could be
what the
a
fuck?
very
Udah
crucial
nontonin
one.
dulu, nontonin dulu, nontonin
That's
dulu,
right.
Bet. Nontonin dulu,
Ken
Bet.
feels like such a juicy
Bet, oke, Bet,
target
nontonin
as
dulu, Bet.
well. Not as strong
Habis
as
ini
he
nonton
was
Pepek ya,
like
Bet, ya.
5 minutes ago. We are
Oke,
gonna
oke,
see
oke. Nontonin
Onic
dulu ya,
this
Bet, ya.
time trying to
Nonton
handle
Pepek
the
kita.
Lord, trying to put it on the half, getting a threat into the blitz.
Ratlin
Looks
Maret, let's go.
It's gonna be a signal here going in for Jianfeng Yaoguai. It's Super Ken with a steal.
Anjing kau kayak ini, anjing kau kayak ini. Tolol kayak ini,
Basically,
anjing.
a thief in the
Anjing kau.
night. My goodness, that was such a good take from DFYG.
Super Ken
Anjing kau kayak
gets
ini.
the Lord. And just like that,
Anjing, anjing,
DFYG
anjing.
got away, and they were at risk because Skylar had a great entry with the Blazing Duet, but they just all committed for the run. The good thing is though, now for the Siege, there was no Purify committed by DFYG, so they have a little bit of room to work with in terms of making mistakes, in terms of getting caught, while Skylar and Kaboy had to use their flickers in that engagement to actually get a good start for Onic. 15 minutes in, could this be it? DFYG, will they make history? This will be a massive high-profile win for the region.
100%. I can see this definitely hitting the headlines here, especially over in that region. And now, got a lot of Purifies locked in. I don't blame it if they can't really catch a lot of people. That's free Purifies ready to go for DFYG. And that's going to be the engage. Freaky Boy finally uses the Violent Requiem on the Vel, though, but Vel will be able to shrug off some of that damage. And now with the swap over the Queen's Wings, Super Ken feels like he is also such a difficult target to hit in this game.
DFYG knew that they could not force anything there. You saw the damage getting brought out by the real-world manipulation. The risk of suddenly Skylar showing up out of nowhere. Based off of the last sequences that we've seen, Lutpi has also been taking some really long routes to get some great flank angle entries with the Lapu-Lapu. So if they overcommit in one area and they leave E1, if they leave long unattended, DFYGs are just going to get surprised as to where the damage is. It's because most likely Lutpi has zoned them out. So they are going for the full systematic, full discipline route here, taking it little by little. Because that's the way they can afford it. They have to wait for the main big ultimates of Onic to come out. The Death of Welcome, the RWM. They could waste out the Violet Requiem and the Spatial Migration entry through their Purifies. But they can't allow Onic to layer all of that over and over again because their Purifies can only purify so much.
That is true. Like, those Purifies can get overloaded quite easily. So, Jianfeng Yaoguai is definitely not out of the danger zone just yet. Onyx lineup is very explosive. Onyx lineup can really take you by surprise, especially very squishy targets, just like Long on the Moskov, and actually even Gakimi, right? So, keep your eyes on the map, especially in this next
awas, jangan offside.
Bit of damage there onto Lutpi. Bit of a warning shot of how much it hurts
kalah,
right now.
guys,
Long with
nonton
Husk
RRQ.
loss.
Viral.
Entry.
Oh, they
Viral.
find it. Again, the Purified
Kyrie-nya
will be
mati.
popped here, but the damage is
Kyrie-nya
going
mati,
against
let's go,
Kyrie.
Kyrie-nya
He
mati,
cannot
let's
actually
go.
ignore that, and Kyrie will get taken out just like that. But up on front,
Kyrie-nya
actually still
mati,
doesn't have the falling
guys.
Star Moon. Violet Requiem will not be casted by Kiboy, and DFYG are starting on
boleh
the
lepas
Lord. Maximum
boleh
vision
lepas
being
Lord.
provided here by
No
Zed on
retreat.
the side.
Nggak,
Bell
ini
is
lepas
up on
Lord.
front,
boleh
and again,
lepas Lord
Yon all alone near the pit. I'm not
Nggak
sure what
boleh
the plan
lepas
is
Lord.
here. They're
Harus-
deciding to go for the
Harus
reset
kiting,
instead.
anjing, sampai
Yeah,
itunya
they can.
datang,
Super
Sob.
Ken still has cooldown on his retribution. It's just only about to come back.
Mana?
Oh, that's true. Oh my
Lepas,
goodness,
Lord.
look at
Lord
that.
lepas.
And now I
Oke,
guess with
dilepasin.
all said and done,
Mereka
when
minim
they
dev aja.
really want to go ahead and put the pressure on, DFYG can actually do it. They shove back on it, and they're going to be conceding this Lord.
It spawns instantly. Kyrie will be back. It's going to be a full 5v5 for the defense. 14,000 gold for Skylar, buying and selling items. Sans just got the Ice Queen wand.
Apa ya kayak
Full
ini
build,
ya?
no
Aduh, udah
boots.
nggak bisa juara M7 lah, anjing.
Malefic
Mati aja lah, zombie
gun.
sob.
Haas
Mati aja,
Claws,
mati aja
the
nih,
full
Dom.
shebang
Keren
there
tuh,
for
Dom.
Moscow. They
Iya,
got all they need. Who presses
Pokok
buttons
LPH
better?
dah.
That's the question
Nggak
at the
ada
end of the
harapan dah,
day.
kayak gini. Nggak ada harapan M7 juara Onic, guys.
Yeah,
Tatat.
for sure. They're going to go ahead and lock
Tatat.
it in. Bell is
Nggak ada
actually
harapan,
in
M7.
very critical
Onic
danger
juara,
here.
guys. Ya.
Low HP right now. Zed up on front.
Jujur,
Kyrie and
Kyrie-nya-
Skylar trying to whittle down this Lord as fast
Jujur,
as
izin.
possible. Just
Lutfi.
getting ready for a possible team fight, but it's Lutfi who's actually going to
Izin.
start this fight right now. They take out Yon. That is huge. They're fighting up inside
Hatta, Dok.
the real world manipulation and just cannot deal with the damage. Long
Ah.
already used up his
Belok, belok, belok,
dashes
belok.
as
Cancel viral.
Oh
Dua
my
orang
goodness,
nonton
no
gua,
one can
anjing.
find
Let's
Snoopy just
go.
like that. And they're going to be able to at
Gila,
least
dua
take
orang
one,
nonton gua,
but
anjing.
Yanta
Gila, gila, gila,
Yaguai
gila. Thank you,
actually lost free in that fight.
Definitely
Anjing,
massive
gila,
win
cancel
for
viral nih,
Onyx.
guys.
Super Ken and Long though. I thought they'd go down as
Waduh,
well,
lu
but they
nice try
held
banget ya,
on.
Ken ya.
But the
Dia
cooldown or the
udah try
respawn
banget tuh, Sob.
timers are a bit too long there. E1
Wah,
lost his
Apa ini,
footing.
guys?
They didn't respect the
Apa ini?
range. They didn't respect Lippy being able to
Apa ini,
close the
Sob?
gap
Dua digit,
once the
anjing.
Wind of
Let's
Nature
go,
was
guys.
forced out of that Kimmy. Without a Purify, you
Ya,
barely have any
apa ini?
way
Take
out
out
there.
force nih, ya.
Yeah. And that's the importance of popping those purifies
ini
as
kalau kosong.
early as possible. But
Kita
even if
nontonin
you do,
dulu,
right,
kata
you
temen gue,
can't
RNG-nya
purify
udah
out
mulai,
of
guys.
this raw damage coming in from the
Kata
lapu-lapu.
temen gue RNG
So,
udah mulai gitu.
Yeah, when that
Cuma ya, gue
happens,
nonton yang
you just have to make sure your
YouTube-nya.
positioning is good. I like the smile here on Kiboy's face. He
Yeah.
knows they got him. He knows they've got
Gue
a
nonton yang
foothold
YouTube ini,
here.
coba.
And they have proven that they can fight back.
It's
Beneran
looking
udah
good
main,
definitely
Cok.
for Onic. If I'm not mistaken, they still have
Nah,
Skyler
RNG lagi
alive. They still
kalah.
have their main damage dealers alive. That actually be endable for Onic, based on the last one that we saw.
Apa
I
ini,
think
Bat?
there
RNG
is a
lagi
lot of
kalah, Bat.
progress that
Apa
needs
ini,
to be
Bat,
made
yang
on
lu
the
kasih tonton,
towers.
Bat?
They have the Moskov. They still have the Lancelot alive for them, DFYG, to be able to clear up the minion waves. But let's see, maybe Onic
Guys,
will try
RNG
to
lagi
find a
kalah,
way
guys.
to end this before the other
Ah,
members
gak
of
mau lah gua
DFYG
nonton
come back,
badut.
but the respawn
Anjing.
timers are about to end.
It would have been possible,
Ah,
but
skip lah, nonton
obviously
badut
there's
aja.
still 15 seconds on the clock, and the minion
Kalah,
waves
Cok,
are just
RNG.
so far out. Good information for Long. He finds Kiboy, but I don't think they can
Seru nih,
actually
yang kanan gak
stop
boleh blunder
them
nih.
from
Yang kanan
taking
blunder,
this
viral
purple.
udah.
Might be a pretty good
Kanan
opening
blunder
later
viral.
on for
Jadi blunder gak
DFYG to
apa-apa
make
ya.
it. Again, that goal lead feels like it's non-existent at this point.
Yeah.
Everyone just has
RNG
items
udah
they
main,
need.
guys.
And you're
Tapi
absolutely
lagi
right.
kalah,
It's
gitu loh.
it all depends on who can actually just micro better at this point.
Imagine how massive a win it would be for
Kalah, lagi
DFYG when it came down to
bro.
micro
Gara-gara
versus
pause
micro.
anjing,
They can
4 orang
say they
langsung
beat
keluar,
Onic,
Cok.
but we're not there yet. Onic are showing
Anjing.
off why they are the champions of Indonesia back to back this year, fighting back, holding on. Despite only having
Gara-gara
2
pause,
turrets
gila,
left in
main
base,
pause.
they are still definitely in this. DFYG, massive tower lead, but as we
Anjing,
saw,
jangan pause,
slipping
anjing.
little by little
Orang-orang
in
keluar,
big team
Cok.
fights. Onic
Ah.
showing off with their veterancy
Let's go,
and their
let's go.
sheer micro
Retri viral. Let's go,
mechanics.
retri yang ke berapa
get the
nih?
lead.
Keempat ya berarti ya? Oke, retri keempat nih.
Yeah, you can really tell that Onic has been
Tahu
here
nih, retri
time
keempat
and
bisa
time
ya.
again. This position is not new to them at
Bisa.
all.
Harusnya bisa.
They're gonna have a little bit of a head start here. You're gonna have
Kena
bush checks
Lancelot,
on the
Kyrie,
turtle
retri.
around the left side at
selesai.
least.
Kayak gitu
Here
ekspektasinya.
comes DFYG. The rest of the squad is going to be arriving. Kyrie's up on front. Skyler is
Kiboy.
on the
Ah, masa
side.
Kyrie
Kiboy
mati
is going to get
lagi?
spotted out by Super Ken, or is it the other way around? And there you go. They're waiting it out each other, whittling out. There goes the real world already used up. You're gonna be able to use the
Langsung
Falling
kau
Star
ulti,
Moon
Joy.
Rock on out there. That is real world on cooldown. That might be an opening as well for DFYG, but let's see who's gonna pull the trigger first. This is so far turning into a big game of chicken. And yeah, basically just waiting for each other's cooldown to get into the proper timing.
Tahu gua 30 detik apa 20
Showing off
detik ya? Udah
who's
ada
the better
ulti
at the
nanti
Lord
stance ya.
dance
Kita lihat
here.
ya.
Onic, though, they're playing a lot of tricks, and it's working out very well for them. Zed pressured in the mid by Lutpi. Soft reset yet again. And now, the FYG are trying to find a way to open this out because they can't make the most out of their Moskov as well.
Kairinya.
Oh, Kairi.
Kairinya.
Yeah,
Kan, bener kan,
100%
27
Kyrie
detik
was
kan,
a
guys?
target there for DFYG, which they did earlier as well. I think 2 to 3
27
times.
benar.
But I don't think they can do it at this
27
point. There's
detik,
just
guys.
no way that you can immediately burst down Barats at this point of the game.
But
With just
nonton
those
Pepek pun
three.
lagi
But now
kalah, Bet.
Lutfi
Apa yang boleh
looking
tonton,
like
Bet?
he wants to
Pepek
make
ini.
sure that he can check at least that bush.
Conceal.
Here comes the concealed, man. Sans and Kiboy up on front. They're gonna get slowed
Ah,
down, but I
Indo.
think they will
Moskov
find
niya.
their mark. Long is gonna get found, and that is gonna be the one down for DFYG, and it is their goal laner of all people. That's gonna be a
Pasti
tough
Moskov
one to
niya to.
beat for DFYG.
Mana
Now
Lord?
it's a 5v4 on the Lord fight. They're making it a 4v4 actually.
Kairi?
They do
Mana
have
doing?
to send
Kairi?
out Lutfi on the top.
Oke, Lutfi top.
This could be a really
Gua
long
nggak tahu
one.
ya.
Onic, though, have a really good advantage. Kiboy with the spatial migration.
Gonna be
Pegangin.
able to at least whittle him down very, very low. But look at that, Kiboy gonna be absolutely
Skylarnya.
disgustingly
Kyrie.
put
Whoa.
low. Kyrie is in trouble. Gonna be able to buy a retribution or buy the immortality, but will still get taken out. And just like that, one by one, the Onic members are getting hunted down. They're trying to buy as much time as they can, but Lutfi will still be taken out.
Kenapa ya Kairi ini ya?
Sans, Kiboy as well on the side. That's gonna be free.
Banget anjing Kairi ini.
V4 with Long gonna be spawning very, very soon. Stopping the recall is also massive
Aneh,
here. Boy gonna have to walk
Aneh,
all
aneh,
the
aneh,
way
aneh.
back
Tadi
to the
4
base
versus 5
and
padahal,
buying
Cok.
even more space for DFYG.
Udah worst team
They'll
banget si
save
Kairi
the
ini.
sequence. When Kyrie and Kiboy decided to initiate it around the center of the map, it was Vel with a
Kosong
falling
dah,
star moon straight to the back, sending back Suns, forcing Onic to go out,
Bongo,
leaving Kyrie alone with the other members of DFYG,
Bongo
leading
banget
to
ya,
him
Nabe.
getting taken down, leading to DFYG yet again getting this Lord.
And
Okay,
nice
Kiboy.
on the knock-up here.
Kiboy mati.
Kiboy actually got the right
Solo.
target, but doesn't really have enough
Mati Kiboy-nya.
artillery or enough
Super
guns
Ken?
in the barrel to save the day. Super Ken gonna get taken. Oh my goodness,
Mana?
that was actually very
Mana
close.
bisa bunuh satu
Vel
gak mereka?
making a run for it. He has the immortality,
Harus
just
bunuh satu
spotted,
sih.
trying to buy as much time as they
Nice.
can though. But he will still get taken
Mana
out,
sempat.
and that's gonna be
Okay.
-1 for DFYG with
Banget
the Lord
ini game.
walking on the bottom. This is gonna be so hard for them to clear just because of that. It's a 1-for-1. Kiboy is actually out of commission as
Yeah.
well.
Back and forth, back and forth. Real world manipulation not back yet for the Eve. SOD not yet back. Traction pulse not yet back. There's the SOD. It's back and it
Oh,
hits.
Oh, it's gonna be
And-
hitting, and that's gonna
and
be
game-
pretty massive damage.
and-
Again, Kyrie is gonna be the main tank for
And
this
that-
lineup. He is gonna be the
and anjing.
main frontliner, and it's gonna be Super Ken reaching to
And
the
that-
back, forcing a flicker out of
And
Sans.
let's go.
And there's the Lord. The DPS is
Hell,
gonna be real
Lutfi.
long. Getting dove
Aduh,
in by
Lutfinya mati,
Lutfi, but it's just way too late. They're gonna be removing the Lapu Lapu from the game, and Zed gonna be the sacrificial lamb as well to make
Oh,
that
anjing masuk ke
happen.
death guys.
Lutfi saving it for
Gila,
Onic. The
anjing.
dive and the jump and the damage onto E1 and Long. They couldn't get any closer to the crystal to try and hit him. All of the
Okay, guys.
efforts of Zed, all of the efforts of Super Ken, their backliners could not help out. Zoned out by the Lapu Lapu, and this isn't over yet. 26 minutes in already.
This is not over
Death
by a
anjing
long
gara-gara
shot.
Lutfi, Cok.
And either way, right?
Apa
Every
ya?
time someone
Kayak
gets
gini ya, guys, ya.
removed
Itu
from
kayak
the
itu
map,
dong,
it just
goblok,
feels like
anjing, tim
both
udah
teams
perform
know
banget.
that they cannot afford any major
Bodoh
mistakes.
nih, Cok, kayak
They
gini ya.
immediately almost back off. Right? So
Agak
again,
gawe,
stuff
guys,
like that
junglernya,
can
guys.
happen. But the important thing for Onic Indonesia, Kyrie must
Kayak
be
junglernya gak
kept
gawe
safe.
guys.
Yeah, that's
Kayak
weird,
junglernya
right?
gak
You're
gawe,
keeping your
so.
tank safe, but that is just the case here. If you
Gawe,
lose
anjing.
Kyrie,
Udah.
that's gonna be automatically Lord going over DFYG. You do not want that to happen. And
Gawe, Cok.
right
Lihat
now,
junglernya.
I'm wondering
Ada Lord.
who's the target for Kiboy
Mati
here.
lagi pasti sama Kimi.
Just anyone he can start on, really. Even being able to force out a Purify is a great help. Rapid boost for Skylar to be able to rotate around the map significantly quicker, as he will be managing lanes and joining the fights as well. Kiboy goes in.
Like you mentioned right here, it is going to be used up on Vel, the main tank here for DFYG. Now that's actually pretty good. We chunked out a pretty decent amount of health from the Esmeralda. Might make it hard for them to get these fights started, but I think Onic kind of senses that something's off, someone's missing here, and that looks like it's dead. Now,
so D will not hit.
catches are going to be the big question. Who is going to get caught first? Your boy have to make a run for it with the spatial migration. Yon is up on front. You do not want to be like that. There you go. Vel going to be subbing it out. And Kyrie and Kiboy Sans on the side here.
Let's go.
And Zed has been trying to make some plays happen for the last few seconds. I don't know what's up.
Yeah, Zed's way far back. He's actually the guy they're sending to manage the waves. It's not the Moskov. Because they know that the value of the Moskov in these little skirmishes, in the lore dance, it's much higher than the value of the Hilda being here. So it's Hilda being sent to manage waves, while Moskov needs to be here to really add to the damage that DFYG needs to finally break through the very tanky front line. Traction pulse thrown out there might be a bit of a waste.
But you know who's also very high value in the team fight? That Lapu. I think they also might need Lutfi, because he's actually been the one that's been taking care of Long and Yeon for the last few engages. So might want to make something happen here. You might want to send Lutfi back down, I guess. Because right now, I think he is getting hunted. Here's Long going hunting on that Lapu while this Lord is actually getting Dawn Stun. And now on the top side, I can't see it, but it feels like Lutfi might be in trouble. Misses on the SOD though, so that might be massive. Now Kiboy and Kyrie up on front. This is possibly an opening here. Skylar already using up the blazing duet. Might not be ideal. That's one big tool out of the arsenal for the next few minutes here for Onic.
DFYG got to survive, and now Onic, they might actually lose this, but Kyrie's close enough. Who gets this?
Yeah, Kyrie can definitely go for the 50-50.
Let's go,
and who is going to take it? Of course it is. The Sky Prince Sphinx is going in hard now. Is going to be FYG, who seem to be very, very mad that you took their Lord. And now they are actually forcing it up onto the mid lane. And now that's a lot of red HP bars on the side of the FYG. I don't think, even though they seem to be mad, actually they are. They're going to go and re-engage Long with a very, very risky play there on the Moscow, forcing everyone back. And now it's going to be a full reset. Kyrie, for some reason, will be able to save it for Onic.
Now have the Lord and will be marching in. For majority of the game, they've only had two base turrets. They only have one left, but now they have the chance to win with this push. DFYG played that very well though. They baited Onic into that scenario, but in the end, they just decided to go for 50-50 instead. Kyrie was not brought down low enough to apply pressure, and it was Super Ken who lost the Restream battle. Here comes Onic.
Combat miss.
Yeah, the pressure was really felt there, especially on Super Ken, despite them just having just a really sizable lead at that point. Now it's a Lord walking up on top. We are 30 minutes in. That is really crunchy, and Super Ken gonna get taken out on the bottom, and even inside the base, they're having a hard time just DPSing this Lord non-stop. Zed trying to buy as much time as he can in the middle of the Onic lineup, and somehow actually will be able to survive. Here comes Long. It's all gonna get to him. Zed's on the side. Immortality's already popped. And looks like we're not going home just yet. It is gonna be game number 3. Onic Indonesia beats the FYG right here, right now.
What a Titanic series! 30 minutes! And Onic, majority of the game, it was them who was behind, them trying to play catch up. And DFYG just could not end it. Onic showing off their micro abilities, Sans making the most out of every real world manipulation, showing why Eve is one of the worst picks you can give to this team, because they have one of the craziest mid laners of all time piloting it. But of course, as a team, They played incredibly well. Skylar
Mana?
6-3 and
Katanya?
11. In the end there, he was making the most out of
Katanya
every
RRT main,
blazing
Sok.
duet that he had.
Gak usah tanya,
Somewhat
udah dah.
wasted in the last Big
Udah pasti
Lord
mainin
fight,
Skylar
but in the
udah ya,
moment
Sok, ya.
that mattered the most, the threat,
Buat MOBA,
the
anjing.
eventual and an undeniable threat that Skylar brings,
Udah
with
pasti.
him just
RRT
being
jam
able
berapa
to easily
BTW?
access the
RRT
backline
udah main sekarang
alongside
Bang Fari.
Mlbb to try and focus
RRT udah main
Mlbb
sekarang
E1
Bang
down
Fari.
was hanging over
Ya.
the heads of the FYG in every team fight,
kalau-
which is
kalau
why
nggak salah
you
ini
saw
dah
a
Bang
lot
Fari.
of hesitation, a lot of cautiousness,
Ini
which
Bang
is,
Fari.
again,
Kalah kayaknya,
well
RRT.
warranted that they were playing it safe and that they had to play it safe. What a terrific
Mana
comeback
anjing
for
ditipu
Onic.
gua,
We're going
sama
to
ini
game
tadi,
3. We
sama
deserve
ini,
game
Cok.
3.
Yeah, we
Sama
absolutely
Philbert,
deserve a
anjing.
game 3 here. Man, I think DFYE just tried to dance in a very high level, and
tim
that's
Falcon
where
RRT
really
nih.
Onic will shine, being the
Tuh guys.
Sky Kings and all.
RRT
We're
udah
going
main
on a
guys.
quick
Mau
break,
nonton.
and when we come back, it's game number 3, boys and girls. Hope y'all
Mau nonton guys. Kalah, Cok. Nih, kita nonton ya.
Late in the way they're going to do it, but this should be another turtle just going in the hands of Team Falcons. The play here
Nih,
for RQ Hoshi
nonton
might
ya.
just be to wait for that first lore to come up
Tuh,
and
RRT
play
tuh.
into that. They know that the
Yang
power
nanya
spike,
RRT
the
tuh,
advantage
main
right now
RRT
is for
tuh,
Team
stop.
Falcons. And if they can continue to, find a kill
Tuh,
here
pakai
or there,
Giro.
that's great for RQ Hoshi. If
Itu
they
pakai
don't,
Giro.
then it's more so of just making sure they don't actually get picked
Pakai
off
Giro,
by
guys,
Troll.
Giro.
For the most part here, they've got to be in the best fighting
But
position when that lord does come up. Now you're facing that 2.5k gold deficit if you're RQ Hoshi, which is nothing too crazy,
Keren banget jujur.
especially if you have enough time to just go ahead and farm up what you
Oh, iya,
need
iya,
to.
iya.
Again, this
Jago tapi
lineup
nggak
that they
cocok
have
berdua.
late game can be devastating. The potential is there, especially with the Lunox,
Yeah.
to scale up. Toy in the sense as well, like his job later
Ada yang mau
on
nonton
is just going to
RRT,
go ahead
anjing.
and to be put pressure on
Ada
that
yang mau nonton
backside,
RRT.
which is mostly
Ada yang mau nonton RRT anjing. Aman. Aman. Ada yang mau nonton RRT, dadah skip. Skip. Ada yang mau nonton RRT anjing. Tuh, itu ya, RRT Hoshi kosong, satu tim Falcon ya. Si Skylar sih gila banget ya. Ayam dia kode. Oh, coy, itu kalau tadi Skylar aduh. Kalau MS Savero atau cewek, aduh udahlah. Harapan anjing. Goblok. If I stop yapping, no one watching. If I start yapping, they watching. Aduh, udah pada kena mental kan nih mereka, guys? Apa deh ini? Memang goblok ya. Orang idiot ya. Tiba-tiba. Apa lagi nih? Dadap. If-nya di ban anjing. If-nya di ban sob.
Expect that to actually stay on the docket, especially how the way that Sans played that. But again, it's going to be a different draft for sure. Let's go into it.
Yeah, as it rounds out, makes a lot of sense. Now you take away the Eve, you take away the Kalea. I wouldn't be surprised if later in the draft there's a chance that the Kimmy might end up early on for DFYG in the first phase. They'll manipulate it in such a way that the Grok will end up with them or at least get taken out now. I think it shows that they're willing to give up assassins for sure to Kyrie, but I think they ban out the Grok here, then they take out the Lance, but then the Yu Zhong will be open and it will be an easy pickup for Onic. So now Dianfeng Yaguai will really have to play around what's left because they will have to accept that Onic are going to end up with a lot of power picks now compared to before.
Yeah, 100%. A lot more power picks, especially with these kinds of bans, man.
Oh, so good. Great ban there by Onic. It's either the Grok or Lance that they'd want to fight for. I'd be surprised if they go for the Juicid, but yeah, it is the Lance slot.
And you're also going to have to think on your side. You have so many possible picks for Kyrie here. It's a wide open pickings here, right? So and you can also kind of just go ahead and get that Lapu Lapu. Lutpi played so well on that Lapu earlier.
You got the Lapu or the Yu Zhong as your priority. Got the Gacha Farsa probably gonna be coming in for Onic, or they know that DFIG might not pick up the Farsa. Good call there of the Lapu Lapu. So the Farsa might end up for Onic in Red 3, or they'll pick up their jungler already. They showed off that they have a wide jungle pool, so they might not even go to the second phase without their jungler yet, like force DFIG to ban out different things. But the thing is, now that Kiboy's pick has been picked early, DFIG will need to ban out things like the Hayabusa if ever Onic don't take it out. Or don't pick it up in Red 3.
That's true. Hayabusa, if you don't follow, obviously Onic and Kyrie, one of the best picks for that guy. Just gotta say, one of the most prolific Hayabusa players in the world, probably in the world, right? So, yeah, 100%. This Grok is great, by the way. And the Farsa decides, you know what? There's a Kadut Gacha, but go ahead. We'll go ahead and see. I know I can get canceled by the Bravest Fighter. I know I can get canceled by the AOG. But you know what? He doesn't mind. Yon is gonna go for it anyway.
Valentina pick is genius here for Onic. It's not a blind Valentina. You see the Grok. You see the Farsa. So, you know you have two big ticket ultimates already that you can steal. If it's not the Feathered Airstrike, you're going to have 3 initiators with you. You have Bravest Fighter, you have AOG, and you'll have the Tectonic Charge, which the Valentina can steal.
That's right. That's also going to preempt... That's actually just a start, right? Like, you can kind of just preempt a lot of ultimates here for the next few. So this Valentina is actually super strong for Onic. And you got so much mastery as well on heroes like the Lapu. You got Kiboy on the Gacha, like name a more iconic duo as well. Again, so much that you can do. And your gold lane isn't really that restricted, right? Because you can still, I don't know if they can still go for a fighter gold. It's pretty unlikely. It might just be something else for For Onic.
Kita tanya admin
For
ya.
Onic,
Itu beneran
yeah,
nggak top global
it would
Nathan
be
itu, Dok?
quite tough if they still
Viral
go for fighter gold. They'll need some
Big Bad.
basic attack. But
Skylar. Skylar guys
DFIG
ya.
don't think so. They think that they could just go for very stompy. I mean, we don't see the jungler yet. That's a thing. And
Gua
Yi
sekarang
Sun Shin
bakal
is
pakai
still
Harit
available.
sih
They
di
can
sini.
go fighter if Onic
Bakal pakai
decide to
Harit
go for
sih,
the Yi Sun
mungkin
Shin.
ya.
So I think DFIG are just willing to give one or the other, or they'll ban out the Hayabusa here, just give the YSS to Onic, knowing that that's going to be inevitable. They take away one of the best gold laners that you could pair up. But the thing is, if
Menurut gua,
they do
karena sih
that,
bakal anjing Haritnya
CC
di
is
ban,
still
Dok.
going to be open for Onic if ever they want to go for the fight
Kira
and
aja
gold
anjing Haritnya di
CC.
ban.
It's paired up with the Gatot Kacha, it's great with the Lapu Lapu. No way DFIG will be able to get the Yi Sun Shin.
Bener
So
aja Haritnya di
YSS
ban.
goes to Onic. They don't need to rush the CC. I don't think
Gua
it
ada
will even be good for DFIG if they decide to pick up the CC here.
Anjing di ban, Dok.
Yeah, especially since the laning
Kalau
phase is
gila
gonna
emang the awareness
be so.
gua
It's
nih.
not even gonna be so dominant in the laning phase. You're facing
Yeah.
off against a Lapu Lapu, man. So
Yeah.
absolutely get it. And now, what's it gonna be? Like, what's the XP lane pick?
Ini ya.
Yeah, the tough thing is Alice might be tough considering that you see the Valentina, you can't go X-Borg. It's either Phovis and I don't want to see DFIG go for Arlot because that means they're giving final slash to the Valentina. So yeah, Phovis is what they're gonna be left with here. They go Moskov and then Onic will just close out with the CC. Hopefully it is a CC. They can afford to go CC here. It will just mesh with everything very well with a
Gawe
call. But if
bujang.
not, then yeah, they're gonna go
Warpat,
Marksman.
Yel,
They'll either go the Granger, maybe Claude again, maybe. But with the Grok around, it might be really tough.
Yeah, that time you're gonna get like an instant cancel on your, or a possibility of instant cancel on your Blazing Duet. So maybe CC is a really good
Kalau
one.
orang udah nonton, guys.
Combos very well.
Gua bilang apa tadi?
Classic.
Opeos itu gak guna.
And
Nah,
you can get
gua
really
pilih gerak
so
kanan, guys, ya.
you can get a big advantage
gua
in
ketuan
the very
dulu.
early team fights.
Yeah. I think if there's another fighter gold that they can go
Kabar,
for,
balik dulu, Sob.
they're not gonna go Uranus here. CC, yeah, again, as expected. It's really just gonna cover up their bases really well. I love the draft here of Onic. Very well rounded. Their lineup actually has the potential to just go ham and end this very quickly if DFYG are not careful with how they execute this. The thing with DFYG's lineup is, yes, you're still going to be dependent on the Moskov a lot of the times, because now this Farsa might not have the best time because it won't be as easy for this Farsa to be able to scale up, get items, snowball some kills over and over again because he's up against a Gacha. It's up against the Yi Sun Shin. It's going to be marked. They'll know where it is. Then there's the Valentina that you need to worry about as well. So all the pressure right now is on Super Ken and for Long to farm up well, get their items quickly because the lineup of DFIG can only hold so long for the eventual power spike that Onic will hit relatively quickly.
Although saying that, right, like if we're talking about like Super Ken, I'm pretty sure his experience against Onic is gonna fare a lot better this time around because it is a very familiar lineup. There's so much familiarity with basically what Onic Indonesia is playing. Everyone is playing on their most of their comfort picks. The YSS on Kyrie is also like it's a really good hero, or it's a really good hero to give to Kyrie, right? Because that's exactly what I was thinking with when he was using the Barats earlier. All that potential micro is a little bit wasted on the Barats, to be honest. I personally always want to see Kyrie on high mobility, high skill cap heroes. The YSS, you gotta make good decisions to be a good YSS. Kyrie is so good at that. And obviously, the mid trio that we keep talking about here is so good at enabling him to become the main carry of this lineup. And this time around, it's the ceiling is quite high.
Oh, DFIG here really need to be careful. Like at the end of the draft, it's really just that feeling of we might actually be on the way to seeing a stomp here from Onic. The good thing is, it will really boil down to first mainly let's look at Zed on his Grok, needs to make the most out of it, but even more so, you are now up against a Valentina, which now you're wondering which ultimate is she gonna end up with. Is it Tech Charge? Is it Feathered Airstrike? The Valentina changes the dynamic of the team fighting a lot because now DFYG will have to readjust every time based on what ultimate Sans gets.
And there are just
Misalnya kenapa
so
nggak pakai
many good
skin
ones, right? Like we
CG?
talked about
Apa
it
sih?
already. Just
Harusnya
basically just
kolektor.
great
Apa ya?
impactful
Nggak pakai
ultimates.
skin ya?
So Sans obviously he's gonna be able to utilize his crazy
Harus
antics
pakai
here. Gonna make very strong plays. But the FYG, decent
Oh.
pressure. First blood going over the Super Ken.
Might have been a little bit too eager and too early for Kiboy to go for a
Anjing.
full check there. Now leaving Kyrie a little bit susceptible. Getting poked down by DFYG. Little Wanderer will go to
Aneh guys, aneh guys,
Feng
aneh
Yao
guys.
Guai.
Kalau Sans nggak pakai skin tuh
And that's
aneh
gonna get
banget.
a much needed boost of
Atau kenapa
experience
itu
for Super
aneh
Ken,
banget.
especially considering that Kyrie is gonna have to slow that. What the heck? Out of nowhere, Super Ken again catching another one. That's 2 kills on the Lancelot and another assist. Yoni gonna get that one.
What is happening to Kiboy and Sans? They are slipping very early on. I think they're getting punished a lot by the micro crowd control that a Grak can dish out through the mighty swing,
patch yang
the
mana sih turnamen ini?
rampart
Masih
as well,
turnamen
messing up their
yang
exits.
reset season
The fact that
patch-nya
Super
apa
Ken
yang-
is actually
apa yang
committing a lot
sebelum reset
into
season
being
ini
able
mereka
here
pakai
to join the
patch-nya,
fights. The good
guys.
thing is they delayed
Nggak
Super
tahu
Ken
juga
somewhat
gua
in
ya.
terms of the farm in the jungle, but not in the XP because at the end of the day, they gave kills. That's 2 kills to Super Ken.
Oh.
Even if his farm rotation got delayed a bit, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. Even the assist, right? Like he didn't get that last kill as well. It went to Yon, but the assist XP is also
Sorry,
giving.
level
So
4.
right now, surprisingly 1.2k gold lead here for Dianfeng Yao Guai at 2 minutes. Not something you see every day.
No!
And now again another. What the heck? Where are these kills coming from?
It's Zed and Yi1 reading the rotations of Onic perfectly.
Lagi.
Oh, that is beautiful. And now a flicker or land shaker here for Lupi. Gonna serve him very well because the backline will get quite easily disposed of
Okay, nice,
by
Kyrie.
Onic, and now even Kyrie
nice,
can have a lot of
nice,
control
nice.
on that hurdle.
Nice.
Zed no
nice.
tech charge yet means it's
Nice,
also
nice,
easy
nice.
pickings
Main,
for this guy Kings, and look at that,
Lumayan.
just like that, the gold is swinging pretty good for Onic.
Terrific counter by Onic, and I don't know where Long was actually tossing his SOD. He threw it out of that fight, but it hovered and flew past the purple buff area of Onyx. I don't know what he was aiming for. He was aiming for an earlier fight, trying to take Kyrie. Maybe he was left behind, but he could have just thrown it
Mati.
in the center of the fight instead.
Mati anjing.
And now all of the early kills that
Mati ya
DFYG
itu ya,
got
parsanya.
might just get thrown down to
Parsanya
drain as
purify.
Onyx, just like
Now
that,
purify.
has taken control
Oh, Victor.
of the center of the map despite the early deaths of the key boy, Sans and Skyler.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking up, right? This
Karena
mid
salah
trio
ini
just
kan.
so crazy. You give him an inch and they'll
Dia
take a
respect
mile.
Sans-nya.
And so far, it has been proven
Dia
that they
respect
are
Sans sih,
so
makanya
good
purify sih, menurut
at
gua ya.
stopping really strong aggression. They're proving that here right now as well. We got some pretty good next few seconds
Mati
here of
Sans.
breathing room, but
Mati pasti.
Ione, you know what? Says, I'm going to be able to dash on out of there. That's a pretty good wild charge or tech charge,
Nah,
but
nice try banget
it
lah.
actually kind of
Yikes.
kill the attacker or kill the caster here for Sans.
Yeah. Sans goes out. Super Ken caught out though. Needs to be careful.
Goodness, there you go. Super Ken again, way too deep. Somehow getting caught in one at a time. Go up against 3. I'm not sure if this Phobius is going to be long for the
Perkara kenapa,
world.
guys?
And that's going to be more kills going over the Onyx. We are even on gold.
DFYG getting sloppy. Vel, it only would have made sense for Vel to be able to do that if Yi1 was a little bit closer. But at that point, he knew his mage was up top. He shouldn't have committed it. And now Zed is forced to use the flicker, is forced to go back. Keyboy, Sans, and Kyrie have definitely taken control of the river.
Tiba yang kanan
And just
unggul, guys.
like that, the FYG now are scrambling.
kanan
They're getting
unggul.
out-rotated. They are losing their footing in terms of where to go next. They are lost.
Tiba-tiba mati.
And Lutfi just preemptively flickering with the land shaker as well. Giving so much stonks to Onyx. Because of that, they actually might just chunk away
mati.
at
Gila
this
digerok.
tower. And now even Zed can't really escape anymore. The fangs of Onyx Indonesia playing so well around that tower.
Tiba-tiba yang
Even
kanan
under
unggul,
it,
guys. Yang
Lutfi
dari kiri blunder.
itching to go again
4-0
this
nanti.
time
Depan
around. They're going to
4-2,
take it
5-6.
slow, but Onyx has secured a pretty sizable lead.
It's tough to find an opening for DFYG. Long struggling to get a dominant lane against Skylar. He's just getting managed. Essentially, the gold lane got dead laned as if it was the EXP.
Apa guys?
Zed getting taken down in succession. Vel as well. E1 just built his glowing wand, although not that far off in terms of the gold compared to the Valentina. Problem is, it's just that every rotation that the FIG wants to do, Onic has already become one step ahead. When in the first 3 minutes, it was the other way around. But again, they slipped. They lost their discipline. They overheated. Supercan getting way too far in the purple buff. It's rough right now. But Onic showing why they are the kings that they are.
That is true. That's actually this is the fastest I've seen any team overheat. Like right after like the early game dominance that you showed, now the early just falling apart one stone at a time, especially for these turrets. Now that's gonna be more gold in the coffers of Onic Indonesia here. Basically getting so much space, they don't mind just walking into these bushes willy-nilly. They know they can burst down whoever they catch. They're doing bad here. Oh my goodness, look at that snipe from Kyrie as well, putting long into half. Just shows you how far ahead Onic actually are in this game.
Yeah. The FIG cannot contest for this turtle. It's going to be too risky. You see, again, what we were talking about, the dynamic has changed now with the Valentina. I think majority of the time, though, it is the tectonic charge that Sans is stealing away. Lutpi gets spotted out by Vel. Super can finish him off, and the answer is yes, a shutdown onto Lutpi. But Onic definitely still are in the lead and in control.
For sure. Lutpi again biting on the board. That's just par for the course. Feels like you can actually just keep doing that, and again, the punish is going to be very small, if any, for Onic. And look at this, again, even Zed as a god just has a hard time checking these bushes, man. Sans is such a big threat, especially now that he is holding on to that tech charge for a majority of this game.
Now Super Ken is duty to clear this up. It's a 4-1 split. Trying to take down the turret up top, but Skylar's just holding, and the FIG know that there's a high risk of them just getting rotated into. That's why they left Vel in the pixel bush in the river to get the information of the eventual rotation of Onic up top, and the FIG decided to back off.
Actually just have to back off. This Lutpi decides to go for the bravest fighter. There's really not much they can do about it, except maybe throw in Zed with a wild charge or the tech charge. But now look at that. They're gonna have to use it defensively, just like I mentioned. This time, trying to go for a re-engage, but don't know if that Lutpi on the side, already use up the bravest fighter. There's a knockup. There's gonna be a big cancel as well on the bat. And not even the Phobias can actually withstand that kind of onslaught coming in from Onic.
Sans' tech charges have been great recently. They weren't able to get the kill there, but that was a perfect entry. Kiboy goes in with AOG.
Huge AOG. Again, Yone just cannot do anything on this Farsa. So many cancels that are threatening him. Long casting the SOD will be hitting the target. Even with the assist on that turret, will actually not get the kill. Although there are going to be two. Lutpi and Sans going to be falling. Kiboy might be in trouble as well. He doesn't really have the AOG to escape. Casting it already. And now Skylar and Kyrie are all alone on the map. Unstoppable is going to be Kyrie. He's going to get chased down by Vel. I don't know if it's going to be within range, but he is trying. He's making the beeline for the bush and for the base. And that is going to be a pretty even trade in my eyes. But that is a lot of losing room being bought by Diangfeng Yaoguai.
Just a sliver of health. The killing spree talent keeping Kyrie alive. Traceless at the right time. Retribution utilized as well to just get a little bit more movement speed, and he gets on out of there. Onic now have advantage for this Lord. DFYG though still putting up a fight and opening up the map. Headline that they need to watch out for. Kyrie is 5-0 and yes, has been way too difficult to catch with a zone out from Lutpi, Sans, Skylar, and Kiboy.
And it's going to be even more difficult blocking in that BOD. So Kyrie's going to have a crap ton of damage. And they're going to have a hard time stopping that or slowing him down. Again, Zed is going to be super crucial in doing that, right? Tech charge in the right place could slow it down. But Knock up on the Lord
Mati.
actually
Hero-nya
might be
mati.
detrimental to Visgrok.
Mati,
Instead,
Dok.
Lut be chasing him out and even preempting that Landshaker. And that is going to be multiple members of DFYG just down for the count. We're actually going to get slowed down here.
Waduh.
Bell trying to fight back even a little.
Lord.
But I
Lord,
don't
bagaimana
think
nih?
it's going to root or going to
Lord,
fruit
bagaimana nih?
to anything.
Cross map kills.
Yeah,
Onic are now just styling on DFYG, and Onic will be able to get this Lord without any contention. A little bit of a question as to why Zed didn't just use the tectonic charge right on the wall beside him. Instead, he was trying to use it as a means to escape. He would not have escaped out of there. At least if he used the tech charge on the wall, he would have gotten some damage, knock up, crowd control, that Vel might actually have been able to get away.
I think that might have been just like muscle memory for him.
Oh!
Usually you want to go. Oh my goodness!
1v1.
Oh, again, just underestimating the damage of Kyrie at this point is a fatal mistake. And they do it right there on the top side with a Lord walking on top side as well.
Well, DFYG have put on a fight. 9 and 13, but at this point, it is definitely Onyx time to just take control and end it with this push. They're trying their best, DFYG, to keep them at bay.
Keeping him at bay is going to be priority number one for sure. You're going to have the wall on out of there. Luckily for them, it's a pretty early Lord. Can actually get removed by the Holy Defense here. But then again, you're going to have to face the full might of Onic. At this point, look already using the Bravest Fighter quite early on and casting the stun straight into the Parsa. Might just be problematic. Yone now having some pretty free salvos, but look at that. Zed gonna have to force a flicker on out of there. Long though they're able to take out T-Boy. They bought a lot of time, but their inhibitor turret on top side will fall.
Ooh, SOD. Just a little bit early, almost hit on Kyrie there. He might have actually tried to go for it, but Kyrie would have gotten the traceless to actually get past the wall, and Long would have just been in trouble of just getting taken down by Lucas, who was escorting Kyrie out. So even if that hit, it still would have been too risky for Long to try and take. 7,000 plus is the goal lead now, favoring Onic as the FYG continues to scramble to find a turnaround. They do have a lot of items and gold already up onto that Moscow. The Trinity on the way to building what could most likely be the Malefic gun. Vel needs to be careful.
But again, straight into the big brunt of this whole composition, and using your tech charge in the nubbing, basically giving Sans such a good ultimate. He's actually using it a lot better than the Glock itself. That's 2 down for DFYG, and Supercan actually might just follow shortly. And there you go. DFYG just might fizzle out. It's just Long and Yone left on the map to defend, and they have a few minion waves to clear here. Onic gonna make sure that they can't touch or actually can't get within reach. Yone, the sacrificial lamb, to try to get some space here. And Kiboy actually will fall. Don't know if that's gonna be enough. Zed is gonna be up here just in the nick of time, but again, just way too late to the party. It's still gonna be Onic at the end of the day with the win in this series.
Locked in the majority of the game, despite the early deaths suffered by Skylar, Boy, and Sans. Kyrie was nigh untouchable in this one. Really couldn't get to him. The one time that they almost
Kenapa guys kalian main gitu?
from, I believe at that time it was
see pop up is the Fredrin.
Kenapa sih?
So unless he decides to go
Kita
a
nonton
different route,
RRQ ya.
maybe the Joy,
Bro,
maybe something else that is a little more aligned
Nggak
with
ada
how
yang mau nonton
Boyd's like to
RRQ,
play
anjing.
so far from series to
keluar,
series.
Cok. Anjing.
Now for RQ, they have to make a decision now. Will they pick up their roamer, which
Sekarang Oni rame banget. Cok.
it's
Kok
Tigreal.
kagak?
Okay, Tigreal. All right, gonna be running it back.
Ya tahu RRQ.
No
Bang.
By the way, he
trouble,
got-
no problem.
He got a little buff too, by the way.
That's also true. Much faster with the dash as well.
Much faster with the dash. And then what else did he get? He also got the. I know it's the dash, and then I think base damage, and his ultimate does.
That's right.
I think more damage as well for his ultimate, if I remember right.
That's
3
right.
orang nonton.
Ini
Redki,
dia.
sekarang 7 orang mau nontonnya Redki cuy. Tadi
Wonder
enggak,
if they
Cok.
are interested in picking up the Akai. And then pick up Marksman and Rosado. But if they are really banking on to Boyet, Joy looks okay for them, and then they pick up something like a carry. In fact, okay. But they will pick up the Akai. Oh my god.
They're going for the utility route still.
The utility route.
Akai, Alice, Kalea is actually a really good combination
Yep.
that they can work with. A lot of pick-off potential with this, but yeah, you're putting a lot of your damage you're in your damage basket towards the CC and the Kimmy, which is what we saw a lot yesterday too. You know, a lot of banking on that Kimmy to be a big portion of that damage profile.
Yeah. Wonder if RRQ now wants
Yo,
to
Mingot, wajib punya
wants to go
Discord
for a
dan
Lunox
Eximo
in Regalo, but I think that they definitely need more burst damage. Maybe a carry actually.
Yo,
Pick up the
kamu
Thams,
spiral
which
kah?
is one of the answers to this.
Apa nih?
But yeah, export actually is the best for our
Man, the
viewership
export Tigreal
Yeah.
combo.
There you go.
Oof. I mean, by the way, Tigreal's ult, when I say it does more damage, it does quite a bit more damage. Like, I think it's up to 1,000 now, like when it's maxed. I think the range went from like the base damage of the ultimate went from like 2 something to like 600, and then the long range is the 430 to like 1,000 damage
Guys, gue
on
ngakak sih pas
Tigreal's ult.
nonton yang itu tadi.
Oh yeah.
So like if you get
Kan
caught
kita kan tadi nonton yang
by
Onic
the
itu kan, pas
implosion,
game 1 yang
and then you
Perken
have
menang
all this
loncat-loncat,
like
Cok,
even the
mereka.
last insanity and the featherweight, you're dead.
Okay, this is a classic Falcons. We've seen this yesterday. The no traditional marksman in the goal lane, a double fighter setup with a utility jungler. The way that you can visualize it is it's like a battering ram, right? Like there's no pointy ends for that battering ram, but they can actually win that in the early stages. But eventually you will look for a way to end the team fights, because the only way for them to push turrets is if Coffin is still alive. And to be fair, the Kimi is not as fast anymore when it comes to taking turrets, unless left unattended. So RQ Hoshi, they still have the priority when it comes to the late game, I would say. We'll see how they will do. Look at how fast the dash is for the Tigreal now.
It's good, you know. I feel like he, in a way, he kind of needed that, because you know how many times would you go ahead and use the Tigreal, and then you're like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and get this this sacred hammer off, and then it's just sidestepped. You know, it's like slow motion. So it's much better that they increase that speed for that.
Looking good. You know, my only criticism about Team Falcon's composition. Well, I have many criticisms, but
What's the main one? What's the main one?
The main one is usually you pick up the Kalea, you combo it with a burst hero. Of course, the Kimi can eventually take out whoever gets lifted and dragged by the Kalea, but the Kimi will not always be in there to output the damage. So you typically pick up somewhere along the a Lancelot, or maybe even a carry, a Farsa. Kimi might not be enough here as a combo for the Kalea. That's why even with this first pick Kalea, it kind of feels like it's not as successful as Team Falcons would want it to be. To be fair, I really like the first 3 picks for Team Falcons. I just don't like their choice of Akai plus Alice. It's their last 2 picks. Akai is great, but the Alice might not give them what
they need. First blood going in the hands of Team Falcons. Rins was the target even with the Purify, man. He was gone in an instant. So with that, they'll go ahead and start this turtle. First one of the game. RQ Hoshi wants to go ahead and contest it and fight it through. Dyron jumping in on Cuffin. Swinging that sword. Cuffin can't get away. They do trade it out. Susujin falls, so this should be a turtle going in the hands of Team Falcon. Toy gets a kill on Sanji. RQ Hoshi, they're going to back off this. It's Boy and Troll. I don't think they're going to be able to get more, so they trade objective for kills.
Tyrant's utilizing all of his combo for
they go for Rins.
as a great option.
Big tsunami slam.
Kenapa guys? Rinsa guys.
Wow, Rins, man. He's not having a good time in the
This time didn't have the Purify. Now Boyet They're poised to take this purple buff, but this is 6 seconds before his retribution is off cooldown. Sutsujin has the retribution, so I don't know why they're making this play at all. Oh, what? Sutsujin did not know that he could have been there, but of course he probably did not know actually exactly because he died during the turtle fight. He might have just assumed that the Akai did not retreat during the turtle.
That's insanity. No, won't be able to pick up Sano.
Kalian
Good
pas
attempt there
Onic
from Toy, but a nice lockdown
kalah kan
with
sampai
the
kali
spin.
nonton,
Keeping him there.
ya.
Boyet still healthy enough. Sano finally going down with a fettered airstrike right on target. Sutsujin 1 HP away. He'll be able to
Mungkin kalian harus
survive a
RRQ
tsunami
ke Bantai ya.
slam.
Kalau
Edok
kalian udah RRQ bakal ke
sacrificing
Bantai gitu ya.
himself. And they do survive, keeping Sutsujin alive. But man, Team Falcons, though, they're willing to take these fights, and this is going to be a lot of extra gold now in the hands of them.
And Troll didn't have the best combos with him, but he's already 2-0-3. The first pick, Kalea, coming up from Team Falcons, didn't even waste a second picking it up. The moment that they saw that it was open, they picked it up for themselves. And Troll shows to us how it's done. 2-0-3 with this rogue Kalea.
Belum juga ya.
Oof. Sanji trying to get away. Dairon, though, and Sutsujin should be able to pick up a kill. Stun with a Mountain Shocker. A good pickup there for RQ Hoshi. Turtles coming up here. Team Falcons getting in position, and this is, once again, Edok doesn't have a flicker available, but
Tuh, pas
I'll still
RRQ
be able to
kalah,
utilize
kalian
that
nonton 3
implosion again.
orang. Ya kan? Pas tadi RRQ satu-satu
a lot
gak ada yang
faster here on the
nonton.
Tigreal now, especially with that Sacred Hammer, but they'll take this slowly. Sutsujin still working on his orange buff. Boyet in
Tanya
position,
kalian ini.
and they'll just stall it out. They might even just give this up as he just
Kalian
goes
cuma
for
mau
his
nonton,
purple instead.
Kayaknya di doang
Looks
kan,
like
mau di
that's gonna be
farewell
the play
doang
here for
kan.
Arky
Udah
Hoshi.
habis ini di farewell, gue yakin. Udah
Give it up.
gitu.
Not gonna waste
Gak mungkin pertahankan mid kayak gitu lagi.
They are just gonna
Semua tuh
farm
manajemen
out this
RRQ.
season chain. I think this has got a
Ngapain
lot of
anjing
catching up
ditahan
to do.
mid? Masih banyak kok mid-mid yang bisa dicoba.
Rarely
Walaupun
does
gak
a
sejago
guy have
mid
the
as
advantage
perform
over the
range ya.
Yusen chain, but because of the turnout of the early game, Team Falcons have found their
Aduh,
opening.
Malaris
1-0
awal-awal
and 4
itu
for
kayak
Boyet.
oke banget tuh.
100% kill
Makin kesini
participation.
makin
Him
kayak pocong
and
coy.
Troll has been all around the map.
Apa ya, ini ya?
Turn onto that far sub
Punya pacar.
allows them
enggak sih,
to
enggak sih.
still team fight after
Karena
an
punya pacar.
extended clash.
Yeah, good stun there, but it looks like they're going to reinitiate. After Troll is able to escape, a last insanity going to be used. Sano
no.
will survive, but it looks like just a pure disengage on both sides after ultimates were thrown. But
Toy.
RQ Hoshi still holds on to the battle
Toy.
spells. Toy's going to try to get
There
out
we
of
go.
here. Little strike plus the slam coming down. Toy will go ahead and flicker, staying alive barely with some of the regen there with that Brave Smite emblem, but they aren't going to be able to get a turret. Tier 1 on the bottom side here for Team Falcons. Might be a push trading up top unless Sanji can do something about it, but they will trade turrets. Tier 1 up top now for RQ Hoshi.
That's the fleeting time available for the Kalea. That's why they kept on just pounding RQ Hoshi with these initiations. Will not find a kill on the toy, but they did find a push up down the bottom lane. Unfortunately for them, RQ Hoshi have already pushed up top, so there's not a massive lead that Team Falcons have built when it comes to the gold.
Gitu aja sih.
And we're yet to see this CC get activated. Okay,
Kok ulti?
A little weird.
what
Tapi
happened
Implosion
tapi
there?
nggak dorong. Ini gimana tuh?
I think it was the wall or
It
B5.
probably was.
Nih,
yeah,
oke,
something
ini
that,
aku
that
B5.
was that was odd.
Berarti
Saw the implosion,
Indo
I know.
ada ulti.
That's out of
di
implosion,
flicker.
I know as well.
Well, there's the Sacred Hammer that we're going to learn right there. It's quick, it's fast. Edok has to flicker out defensively. Dairon jumping out to help the fight. Sanji now also. They could get caught in a bad
Siapa
position.
yang bunuh
Dairon
Elis?
has the bravest fighter. He's going to be able to disengage now. Fight for this turtle. All for Team Falcons to go ahead and
Siapa yang bunuh Elis,
secure.
guys?
RQ Hoshi not able to contest this. So great team fighting that's on display from Team Falcons right
Siapa yang
now.
bunuh Elis? Gua tanya.
Team Falcons have zoned out the members of RQ Hoshi, committing the ultimates. I think the way that they are utilizing their ultimates is just to make sure that RQ Hoshi will either use their own ultimate or use a battle spell. Now, Sutsujin getting caught by Sanji, but there's no follow-up. And Troll doesn't have the ultimate yet, so they will not
pas
continue with that
lawan
fight.
unggul sama RRQ,
And
kalian
even after
berharap
that turtle fight, Team
habis ini midnya
Falcons
Niki
have
kan?
only built
Iya, sama gue
1,000.
juga, guys.
Actually, less than
Sama gue
1,000
blendnya
gold.
sekalian. Paket.
Maybe a little bit over 1,000 gold. Yeah,
Emang mid sama mid
1.7k
ini,
around that area.
Gold ini harus
Which
gawe
is
ya, cuy ya.
not that
Kalau nggak
much
gawe
right
susah
now.
di timnya.
However, You still
Kayak
have to
tadi
think
Sun
about the
sama
first
Skylar
Lord
kalian lihat
fight,
tuh
which
dengan game-game gua
Mksudnya
kan.
needs a lot of
Tentang
catching up
gawe.
to do. So far, he has caught up with the same levels, but we'll see.
Tsunami
Indo.
Slam going to be used
Indo,
again.
eh,
Ino's getting locked down with that heavy spin, but there's the
Kayaknya
response. Last Insanity thrown out.
Also
A good
Ruin.
throw of Ruin coming out from Sanji, but they get stunned in the mid lane. Stopped in the tracks.
daerahnya bisa
There you
sampai
go.
stun itu.
Arceus will
Kalau
be able
nggak
to
mati,
disengage, only
Makanya.
losing their roamer, Idok. But again, Team Falcons, they're taking the fights. They're lining things up here
Mana main.
and playing around this composition they have.
Harus
They're
ada
going to be in a
kayak
good
sim-sim
position
gitu sih
to
kalau mau kalian mah.
contest for this objective that Lord when it does come up, just like how they have for these turtles. And so we'll see. The adjustment that needs to be made is actually from Arcuhoshi here, Wolf. They've got to find that favored setup that this composition is supposed to give them. And unfortunately, they haven't just been able to find that right target, or it's been Team Falcons that has started that first and are actually really
Gua
getting
kayaknya nggak
value
bisa
out of this
nyari partian
Akai
dulu
pick
kan.
even.
Bentar, Gina.
Yep.
Nah, gue mau main
And
Gusion
the good
anjir.
thing about
Gua harus
this
benar-benar
for Team
tryhard
Falcons is that
banget.
there's no
Main
one dying
Gusion
on their
ya.
side whenever they go for the engage.
Baru bisa
Now,
sih anjir. Gua
Arcehoshi, it has been a long time
jadi
since
kayaknya
they have
season ini
gotten
gua
the
kagak
kill.
cari portal tapi
They're
gua
stuck with
nyoba
4
main
kills
Gusion
as of
aja.
this moment. Team Falcons
Kagak cari mau gua.
between the Kalei as well as this
Gua
Akai
harus
with
ada
two,
dapat titel. Gua
both
setidaknya
having
bisa
2-0
membuktikan
and
gua bisa
4.
dapat titel Sumatera Utara
Again,
di Gusion
see
ini.
how well coordinated
Baru
they
gua
are.
bisa
Now
nyari
the
grup
Lord
booster
fight
nih.
commences.
Gitu sih paling guys.
Commencing on
gimana ya?
through for this
Gua baru
turtle. Oh,
belajar
there's the
nih.
implosion. There's the setup,
Ngapain
bringing him
tuh?
back so quickly.
Dulu.
Heavy spin going to be
Apa
used
nih?
as well, but Cuffin dealing with
Apa
Dyren
disusuin?
all over. He has no space to work with, or he gets some more time. Dyren can't actually capitalize on the kill. And now Arcuhoshi might decide to re-engage on Sanji here. He's still got the gleam
kenapa tuh susunya
available.
tuh?
Troll jumps in to body block for him. And it's just a
Kenapa sih?
trade, the 2-for-1, as the Lord still stands as well. Arcuhoshi with a bit of a numbers advantage, but Team Falcons, they'll be back in fighting form to contest this Lord if they can get here in time.
Ulti kapal buka map finishing
Big
nggak
recovery
bisa
coming up from
malah.
Arcuhoshi. This time the Edok Tigreal. Stuff of legends that we've
Itu
seen
keren
before.
nih, Elis.
Finally finding that
Right.
good opening, and you can see how quick the dash is once again. Rins
Gua nggak ini.
and now supplementing
berani
the
sih gua
damage,
nyari.
and of course Arcuhoshi is there to supplement this implosion. Still, Coffin was able to kill. I don't know how they managed to get a kill at the Setsujin, but it was actually Troll. I mean, still 3-0 and 4 as of this moment, and now the Lord fight. Round number 2 begins. All ultimates available for Team Falcons as well as Arcuhoshi.
Fighting for this Lord to break out. Cuffin in position.
Cuffin.
Susujin's going to make his way. Ooh, Cuffin. Dyren already jumping forward. Landchecker going to be down 2, and it does
Wow.
go for a reset. Not a full one. Not sure if Boyet's still given the call to go ahead and continue this on.
Yeah, Coffin, oh my goodness. How bold is this guy?
Oh, Tsunami Slam. Feather Dash Strike drop down 2. Nice throw and a ruin towards the back end. The Sacred Hammer going to keep Sanji
what
there,
I
and they're
need.
just going to go ahead and just duke it out for
what I
this
need.
Lord fight. But Team Falcons forced off
nice.
to the Tier 1 turret.
Good,
Susujin
nice.
picks up Sanji. A Landshaker going to
matiin,
fall
matiin,
down.
matiin.
Troll finally shut
Nice,
down.
double kill,
Arcuhoshi
Lord.
is winning the fight. They find 2 kills, and now they'll start up the Lord here to secure this. Not much Boyet can do here. He's
Hello,
quite
hero.
low. He does still have the retribution.
Nice.
Sano going to get stunned once again with a
Nice,
Landshaker,
hit
and
go.
they'll pick up another kill, given to the hands of
Okay, okay,
Susujin, as Boyet is
Kalian
forced
peduli
off of
Red
this, and that's a Lord that was hard fought for
Unfortunately, for Team Falcons, the fact that they didn't have a
Kalian peduli
marksman
Red
at this
Team, Red.
moment, while they do have the damage from the
Kalian
CCS was the
peduli
Kimi,
Red Team,
it was
Sumpah.
difficult for them to group up and form a box. It's mainly
Ganti,
because
guys.
of the presence of the X-Borg, the Farsa, all these explosions that can be supplemented with the implosion from the Tigreal. Even the threat of those kind of spells is already enough for Team Falcons to not have a good formation around the turtle, around the Lord, I mean. And that being said, they were picked apart by Arcuhoshi, falling one after the other. Eventually, Coffin being zoned out meant the Team Falcons didn't have any retaliation. And even this Akai, with just the Brute Force Breastplate as well as the Athena
Lagian
Shield,
sih emang
did
paling
not have
viral ya
enough
ini juga.
tankability against Arcuhoshi. And the result was Arcuhoshi just collects the Lord, gets 2 kills to go with that, and now they are sieging against Team Falcons.
Arcu still has to be careful on how they approach this Edok. Popping the conceal, Feather Dash Strike to follow through too, up in this top base turret. Edok doesn't have a flicker, so it's not like he can force this interaction here. Just kind of being a threat up on that front side. Lord finally going down. So Arcuhoshi might just be able to get this tier 2 for now, but that flickers up for Edok. If they decide to give it a go, they can force a fight. Immortality picked up for Toy too. You can see they might decide to go ahead and make this play utilizing this setup between the Tigreal. But Arcuhoshi, that's all they get. They get the tier 2s cleared. Base turrets still up for Team Falcons.
Alisnya mati. Ngelot, jangan
Gonna
blunder,
be
and
tricky situation now for Team Falcons because we are at 13 minutes and they should be winning at this point. Just like in the first time we saw this utility jungler plus double fighter setup where they kind of just run out of steam come the late game. It's the same situation here. Now Arcuhoshi, they have the Yisenchi, they have the export, they have the Farsa, they have so much damage going in for them the longer the game goes. So this is a difficult scenario to be in if you're Team Falcons. They have risked this kind of composition with the Alice last pick. The Akai made a lot of sense. I think it was a good pick, but that Alice now, Sanji has not proven yet to us how good that pick was. We'll see if in the late game they can find a miracle set to counteract what Arcuhoshi is doing. But right now you can say that Arcuhoshi has the much better lineup, and now this is their power spike for sure. 14 minutes in, you have 4 items on the Yisenchi. You have export with the immortality and the brute force breastplate. You have Farsa with 3 big items, even with the lantern that is very effective against the beefy lineup of Team Falcons. They have all the tools that they need now. For Arcuhoshi, all they need to do now is to team fight properly.
That's what it comes down to a lot of the times at this point in the game here. Wolf is that team fight around these lords. Now it isn't an evolved lord just yet. Those seem to be more the obviously the crucial ones, but a lot of the cases, again, average game time is, you know, around this point. Even a lot of games ending off that first lord sometimes. So Arcuhoshi getting in position. Edok the one to keep an eye on, deciding if he's going to go ahead and start the fight up with the implosion or how they decide to set this up. The heavy spin alone from Boyan actually is causing some havoc in terms of setting things up. And like you mentioned, I think this is the time for Sanji to make this work. A lot of times he's thrown out the Gleam and then showed up towards that back line and thrown of Ruins, but he does have the Winter Crown now too, so might give him a better option to get that favorable positioning against Arcuhoshi if they can make it.
You know, set up now for Arcuhoshi is that they're waiting for the commitment from Team Falcons because they know that they will have a much better spot if they counter engage with the tools that they have. This is the Tigreal. We know for sure that if they start the fights, then Akai can just disengage with the ultimate, and it might not be the best scenario for them. They're not on the rush. They don't have to make the first move this time. Just have to wait for Sitsujin popping the ultimate and counter initiate with this Tigreal. So they're definitely not in a hurry. In fact, the Farsa is low pushing the bottom lane, interestingly. They will have to call on Reigns now.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. I mean, this has been a pretty extended dance in a way here for this one. You know, almost 2 minutes now, just trying to find that right opportunity. Some immortalities and other defensive items are being picked up. Troll not able to get that setup with that Tsunami Slam. So there's the implosion from Edok coming on through. Trolls are going to be the one to first go down. Boyan barely escaping, but there's the last insanity from Toy. The flicker forward, it's a double. And now a Landshaker finds Cuffin, and Cuffin will be able to get away. So Toy's immortality will be popped. Taking a couple of turret shots here, but it's only Cuffin versus the full force of RRQ. And that's all they need for now. The waves aren't pushing it just yet in their favor. They got that one minion to work with. Can Cuffin delay this? He's going to be pushed off forward. Mount Shocker to stun him. A great stun, a great play, and a great team fight for a great series. Arcuhoshi will take game 3. Push they need here, but it's only cut away. So double immortality will be popped. Take a couple turrets.
Push turret udah mau end, lihat detik minion keluar cuy.
shots here, but it's only
Kenapa dia tahan? Karena dulu
Cuffin
minionnya
versus
keluar
the full force of RRQ,
buat
and
bocil
that's
kontol yang
all
kebelet
they need
Eddie.
for now. The waves aren't
Lihat nggak?
pushing it just yet in their
Lihat nggak?
favor. They got
Minionnya ke situ, ke kiri, ke kanan, tengah sisa satu
that
doang.
one minion to work with.
Hanya apa?
Can
Buat
Cuffin delay this? He's going to be pushed off forward. Now Shocker to stun him. A great stun, a great.
Yang kebelet N malah ke
To tread
comeback.
a much
Anjing
longer
kau.
path into the playoffs. Where it's going to be difficult, but RRQ should stick out and they will go towards the winner's row.
Great series there. Again, you know, Team Falcons feel like they showed a lot of promise even in this game against RRQ Hoshi. Definitely improving time and time again, I would say, for Team Falcons. The multiple times that we've seen them now compete in international tournaments. You can see here the comparison, the breakdown. Of course, this is between the jungler RRQ Hoshi, Suzujin, versus Troll over here, the Roam. And, you know, Troll, he really tried to make things happen. I think in that last team fight when he couldn't get the Tsunami Slam that he was looking for, and they were trying to retreat after, you know, dancing around the Lord for literally 2 minutes, RRQ Hoshi gave.
Ini. Kok gini ya? Ora qualify. Amos qualify. Oh, lower bracket anjing. Ada lower bracketnya, guys. Apa ini? Kebegini nih. Onic. Temu Homeboys. Ini nanti diapain nih yang berempat mereka nih? Oh. Oh, kalau lu menang 4-0 lu di sini. RRQ berarti di sini juga. Anjing gak ada low bracket, Cok. Oh, gini, Cok, formatnya. Ini formatnya gue jelasin, guys. Nih, dengerin. Ini gue jelasin. Karena Aurora upper bracketnya menang, jadi ada privilege ini gitu, ya. Dia nggak ikut play-ins, dia udah quarter final ya cuy ya. Udah dapat otomatis quarter final sama kayak Onic. Kenapa bisa di sini? Karena tadi menang 2-0, 2-1 gitu loh ya. Nih. Ini cuy ya. Ini juga qualify, bener. Tapi dia nggak seenak Onicnya gitu loh. Paham nggak? Ya. Jadi ini si tim Super Ken kan tadi lawan Onic. Mereka nggak keluar bracket lagi. Mereka dapat pot langsung ke sini. Tuh ya. Sementara yang ini Flash Race gitu, itu udah di-eliminate gitu. Jadi setiap tim itu dapat 3 slot nih. Qualify itu. Tapi yang bagian ininya itu dapat ini gitu, dapat privilege ke sini langsung ya kan. Jadi nunggu mereka 8 tim tanding, nanti lawan yang ini. RRQ kan udah lewat nih, bener gak? Nih RRQ udah lewat, harusnya RRQ udah qualify ya kan. Berarti Falconnya itu nanti di sini. Tuh, nanti Falcon lawan Mythic. Terus RRQ-nya ini ke sini, ini RRQ-nya nanti ke sini, bro ya. Grup D itu D. Nah, ini D ini Aurora Gaming Turki ya ini ya. Aurora apa sih nih? Nah, ini Aurora apa nih, guys? Tahu lah ya, Aurora. Nah, sih cara lihatnya Aurora PH apa Turki nih? Oke, ini Turki juga ya. Jadi nanti Aurora lawan tim Max sama-sama qualify, yang menang ke sini lagi gitu ya. Itu penjelasan bracketnya Games of Future. Berarti ini adalah gak ada low bracket, langsung ke elimination ya bro ya. Nih single elimination bracket ya bro ya. Grand final is BO5, all other match are BO3 ya cuy ya. Jadi grand final itu BO5. Kecuali match yang ini. Match ini semua BO3 gitu ya, Bro ya. Kayak gitu bracketnya. Mungkin itu sih penjelasan bracketnya. Kasih tahu ya, sob ya. Aurora Gaming udah menang. Menang apa belum? Udah menang apa belum? Udah menang apa belum? Apa baru main? Nih. Kan tadi ini tim terakhir tapi ya, Mas Ade nonton nggak? Nggak nonton. Anjing ini. Nggak ada yang nonton. Udah. Mati match gak penting udah itu. Bukan beras itu udah. Kok. Nih.
Zeta Division, of course, Zeta Division putting up a good fight as well against Mythic Seal. It's really tough to try and imagine that Team Max might be able to take a game out of Aurora. If you ask me at the start of the day, but with what we saw just now from Tianfeng Yaoguai and Onic, now I'm thinking, you know what, anything is possible. Anything is possible at this point. That I cannot completely discount Team Max being able to take a game away here from Aurora, although it will be very difficult. It has to begin with being honest about the team, the state that they're in right now, the quality of the team that they're up against, that Aurora Gaming.
Hanya yang ini siapa yang nonton gitu? Guys, ini 8 tim sampai nih, siapa yang peduli, siapa yang nonton? Dan realitanya. Siapa yang nonton, guys? 8 tim ini, guys, gue tanya. Siapa yang nonton 8 tim ini 20 Desember? Ada gak yang mau ngebuang waktu gitu nonton ini? Lu pulang gawe nih, lu mau nonton ginian gak? Gue tanya. Lagi yang nonton anjir. Sampah gini. Ada kan? Dan gua jawabannya nggak ada kan berarti. Pada nonton yang ini kan berarti kan. Ini Aurora PH. Nggak tahu lah, ini kayak Aurora Turki kan dah. Bahkan pun nggak ada yang peduli ini dah kayaknya dah. Skip RRQ dah kayaknya dah. Nah sih, kita RRQ main nih grup C RRQ. C RRQ jam 3. Nah tuh, orang-orang pada peduli yang ini guys. Ya guys. Siapa yang peduli 20 ini coy? Tuh RRQ Hoshi tuh, udah diupdate ya bracketnya ya. Tuh. Siapa yang peduli guys? Gue tanya, siapa yang peduli gitu? Ya, ini tim ini gitu. Tim ini siapa yang peduli guys? Jam 3. 20 Desember itu tanggal Sabtu. Ada gak gitu yang rela uang waktu malming kalian cuma nonton match sampah gini, ada gak guys? Tuh. Jam 18.55, jam 18.50, jam segini. Ada gak gitu yang rela gitu uang waktu malming lu kan mau nonton si sampah ini? Ada kan jawabannya kan? Tanya, udah skip aja udah. Nih kita nonton yang ini jam 3 tanggal 21 ya guys ya. Terus nih Aurora PH boleh juga. Gak penting sih jujur yang ini. Mana ya? Siapa yang peduli guys? Ada gak gitu? Peduli mereka? Ada gak yang peduli ini dia guys? Aurora ini guys. Ada gak yang peduli mereka? Mana ya? Aduh. Oh. Guys yang peduli guys. Berat banget cok. Banyak sampah. Dah. Emang fakta menyakitkan gak sih? Maaf ya banget. Maaf banget kalau fakta itu menyakitkan anjir. Karena kayak gitu guys, fakta kalau itu menyakitkan sih. Saya mau nonton match ini. Saya mau nonton match yang ini. Nih, Aurora Turki guys. Saya mau nonton yang ini, serius.
Be on different ends of the bracket.
yang
That
ini.
is if Aurora Turkey
yang ini.
wins this. If they
Saya mau
lose,
nonton match sampai
there's a
ini.
chance they might just meet each other in the quarterfinals if
match-
ever Aurora
mau
Turkey
nonton match sampai
wins
ini
against
nggak?
Team Spirit in the play-ins.
Yeah, and again,
Nonton
Team
match sampai
Spirit,
ini nggak?
I think they got upset as well, right? Like,
Untuk Aurora Turki itu.
and anything can happen,
Ada nggak
right? Like
gitu
stuff
yang
like this can
rela-rela
really
buang waktu
just
nonton
happen.
Aurora
That's
Turki?
why we hold
Ada nggak?
tournaments like this, right?
Ada
It's
juga
not just like where their power levels are. You have to really give the opportunity for teams to show off
Siapa yang
their
peduli?
skills. Maybe
Siapa
some
yang
teams
peduli
will
mereka
be
main?
ahead of the curve, some may not. Then again, how do you know? That's why we're here. That's why it's so much fun to actually watch these kinds of games, especially a very what do you call this? A very
Yang peduli.
power level describing
Tanya
game
siapa
such
yang
as this
peduli?
Aurora Gaming versus Team Max, right? Like, is Aurora Gaming as indestructible as they seem,
Siapa yang peduli?
or is Team Max
Ada yang mau
gonna be
nonton
able
Aurora
to
Turki?
show up? Are
Komen
they gonna
guys,
be
komen
able to
satu
show
cuy.
heart?
Ada nggak yang mau
Are they
nonton
gonna be
Aurora
able to
Turki?
show grit
Tanya.
and good MLBB and prove us wrong?
Yeah, if you're looking at it from Team Max, they can honestly just play without anything to lose. Because again, they're not going to get eliminated if they win this. They just go up against Team Spirit. They still get to advance into the play-ins. Meanwhile, for Aurora, it's their win streak that's hanging over them.
Aurora
And to
Turki
add to
nih,
that,
bro.
if
Max
Aurora
lawan
Gaming, if
Turki, mau
Aurora
nonton nggak?
Turkey lose this,
Mau nonton
you
nggak kalian?
instantly lose a lot of the luster that you had heading into this one. You lose the
nonton,
mystique,
serius.
the oh my goodness, can we actually take down a
nonton,
team that's been
gas.
undefeated for a few months now?
Makanya
So,
streamer Indo yang
And
udah
on
gede
Team Max, I'm a
udah
little
akan
bit more
nonton
chill
ini.
compared to Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, that's
Pacek Mas
true.
Ade.
Like,
Cek Mas
we've
Ade ya.
seen
Orang-orang yang udah
sometimes,
besar,
like
guys.
in some tournaments, right?
Lawan
When a team
Ade.
feels like they're so strong,
ada gitu.
sometimes that's already
Karena
like
live-nya
the start,
udahan anjing.
right? That it feels like that's already like half of the battle. You're already just giving your opponent
Udahan.
something to worry about.
Tuh,
Sometimes
RF
that's
juga
enough to
udahan,
like
bilang,
bring
nggak ada
you
yang
a little bit of an
peduli.
edge when you're laning
Exactly.
against them. You know this guy is crazy. I think that effect happens to Carl TZ all the time. You know, when your reputation
Siapa yang
precedes
peduli,
you.
anjing?
So yeah,
Ini
going into
main
this
tuh.
draft, I'm very happy to see that at least a lot of these XP players getting taken out might be a bit of a challenge here. Let's see if that's going to affect it.
So a lot of the bans here by Team Max and Aurora focus on just the
Peduli.
surprising explosive tempo.
Apa yang
Both taking out a roamer and EXP laner apiece. We still have a bit of a pool available through the Box Jerome is still there. High loss. After they got the Kacha and Kalea, you still have the Cho also. So a still healthy pool, even in the EXP lane. Arlot, Lapu, Esme, Uranus. So there's still a lot that can get picked out here. I think they're just really taking out the most explosive ones, the ones that can get incredibly out of hand very quickly.
And of course, for the mid lane, we've seen Selena bans. I'm not sure if that's going to be effective for Rosa against Rosa this time around, especially since Grok is still available for Team Max to take on first pick, which we've seen, right? We've seen a few teams be very happy to take the Grok as a first and actually just win some games with it.
Yeah. Definitely. So Grok, just like that, gets taken away instantly by Aurora. So Max still have the high loss, maybe potentially the Minotaur as options later on, but you just gotta get your housekeeping out of the way, pick up your junglers. They'll get the Lancelot. Yusun Shin can get picked up later by Aurora. They'll definitely get the Lapu Lapu here for Lunar, and then it'll just be up to them whether or not they'll be getting the Eve. Are they gonna pick up Roamer Steel right away? But I like Eve showing up here for Aurora early.
Yeah, for sure. Eve is going to be a great pick. Again, has shown up very well. not really. Wow, Zushin.
Pak, sini dari negara
Yeah.
mana nih?
Looks like there are still some explosive picks that have got float
Ini
under our
dari
radar.
mana?
Of course, Cho and Juicen are just going to be really annoying to deal with in the center of the map. So Max might want to consider picking up a little bit something faster. I'd want to see them go Khalid
Kamboja.
Kimmy here. Because
Kamboja,
Khalid,
ini
there's a high chance it might just get banned out later. Kimmy
Kamboja main deh,
definitely
mau
needs to get
nonton.
locked in here now for Max.
Nonton, guys.
They could go into the second phase with a flex. Again, the Lapu Lapu definitely needs to be considered here right now for Max. So it could be Lapu Kimmy as their options.
Mereka improve.
That's true. I feel like the Lapu Lapu just won so many games today, almost
kita nonton,
single-handedly, to be honest. So, if you go ahead and lock that in, I wouldn't mind. There you go. There's the Eve as well. Huh. A very stable draft so far for Team Max, I gotta say.
So one of the reasons why I didn't want to suggest the Alice here, or excuse me, the Eve, is the thought of the Alice and even the Esmeralda. We know Eve can make shields for herself, and usually not the biggest fan of Esmeralda coming in the first phase of the draft, but in this scenario, it makes a lot of sense. You see the Lapu on the other side. Team Max needed to pick up the Lapu. They couldn't have picked up the Esmeralda for themselves. They needed even more explosive damage to match what will be an explosive rotation out of the center of the map. Just wish the mid lane pick would have been different, but hey, this is Bimo the Keys, one of his favorite heroes. But I'm just surprised because again, their tendency was to pick up the Kimmy if it's available for them, but they didn't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, where is that Kimmy right now? It's impossible to go in the gold lane at this point, right? So we're actually going to be spotting a jungler pick for Aurora Gaming. They have, again, I would not be surprised if I see a Fanny here somewhere, but most likely it's going to be a Yi Sun-shin or a Hayabusa, right? Yeah, again, very... it's like Team Max is the one who's actually just following the draft in my head. It's weird, but it's not unheard of. They seem to be just going by the book in this one.
Yeah. I think Team Max needs to ban out the YSS. Yi Sun-shin definitely needs to go. It can come in at red 4, and then that will activate the potential switch of putting the Esmeralda in the gold lane instead of putting in something different in the EXP lane. You'll have flex options, even though the tendency for a GOF this year has been really Esmeralda will end up going to the EXP lane instead. If they're not going to go for fighter, Claude is an option for Aurora. Moskov as well. So Team Max needs to be smart with some bans to take away a lot of the flexibility that Aurora will have. So they take away another jungler option, take away the Hayabusa. Based on what they're seeing, they're also weighing whether or not it's worth it to take out the Yi Sun-shin, which honestly I think it will be. If the Yi Sun-shin gets taken out here, the best junglers in the meta are gone, and most likely they're either going to go for tank, Box is still open, or risk with another assassin. Fredrin also still open, or they'll risk assassins and show up with something like a Fanny or a Joy. So if that's going to be the case, at least Max can expect what can happen if they take out the Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah, that's really good. It's actually gonna just stop, or actually just gonna slow down the roll here of Aurora if the Yi Sun-shin is locked in. But if you leave it open here, boy oh boy, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that Aurora is gonna have a huge advantage, despite again very strong power picks like the Lapu, like the Lancelot, and the Eve.
You see Max really taking their time thinking about it, whether or not banning out the Yi Sun-shin would be the smart play here. They played safe, they take away the Fanny. They don't want to give that to TNZ, who did impress in MSC 2025 with that hero. So Yi Sun-shin, maybe the Joy if they want to swerve, but I think they show the flex later on. However, they can definitely lean towards playing something like the Moskov or the Claude. They're hovering out some unique picks here, which is quite interesting.
Probably not. Come on. But let's see, right? I would love to see a Roger maybe make an appearance again. Don't want to see the Kaja just because, really, the one time it appeared, like it really just, you know, disappeared and evaporated.
Yep.
It's pretty good. Like this one.
Oh. Very in your face for Aurora. They didn't go for the marksman route. They went for raw magic damage. So for
or 3 heroes at the side of Aurora will be magic damage based. They need to balance it out with a tankier EXP laner. The glue is still an option for them if they want something a little bit more tankier. If they want to fight it out. Oh no, excuse me. Esmeralda is already their EXP lane, so they're just looking for their jungler now. So Khalid, yes, will also match the rotational speed of the Cho, something we were suggesting in the series of Onic versus the FYG earlier. You see the Harris, so then Ruby makes sense. They'll lock it in, and yeah, they're just gonna end up with a Yi Sun Shin as we expected.
Bro,
haven't we seen this before? Like, was it a few series ago or something? It's all melee.
Gimana caranya? Coba dipikirkan secara logika, ayo.
Lapu-Lapu and Lancelot.
Orang-orang kantor itu.
Sorry, Endo Eve, brother.
Yeah, they have the Eve. So, okay. The difficult thing is, yeah, they knew the Yi Sun Shin was coming, but they still decided to go for all melee.
Which again could be good. Yi Sun Shin could have a hard time. That's possible, 100%. But how are you gonna fight in range? How are you gonna take out towers without wiping out your opposition first, right? So I still think that, you know, as much as it's really good to like what do you call that? Just wail on your opponent, just dump on him and create a death ball. Sometimes that can fall apart so easily. We have seen this happen, I think, literally yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, it was Onic versus Homeboys where we saw that the lack of range and going all melee didn't work out well for them. Wherein at that time, it was Yi Sun Shin and a Kimmy that they had to deal with. This time around, though, Team Max only needs to deal with an Yi Sun Shin. Still, it's a huge gamble to see whether or not this will work for Team Max. Their pieces make sense. The lineup makes sense. It's just whether or not the lack of hardcore range is actually going to come back to bite them. Their main ranged option is their mage.
That's true. And again, we've seen earlier that once you lose your real-world manipulation, once your opponent dodges out of it, sometimes you're really just left running back to your tower and waiting for the cooldown. So, again, benefit of the doubt here for Team Max. I'm pretty sure they practiced this. I'm pretty sure they have a game plan in mind. Again, it is against a pretty nerfed up Zushin, but look at that. Just like out of nowhere, able to take out the Kali with almost no resistance whatsoever.
Yeah, at that point, you don't need to delay or try to stop taking out the golem. You're just going to end up giving a kill. Although the kill went to Pagu, a kill is still a kill that you're ended up giving to the opposing team at the end of the day. So I think Cypher just needs to cool down a little bit in terms of defending the jungle. He definitely could have just given up that position and then either just make sure that BMO is safe in the mid, or he's spending a little bit more time quickly clearing up the minion waves instead of giving a kill like that.
Absolutely. Again, the point here is to slow down the Yi Sun Shin, right? Not give him an assist, not to give him gold. So, absolutely right. Let's go ahead and see if there's going to be any bounce back here from Team Max. Definitely, their early game has been slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah. So Cypher really needs to be the one setting the tempo here for the team, but he can't, and he's just gonna get punished. Not like this. You don't need to be giving vision like that. But he buys a little bit of time. Here comes King Ares.
And there you go. It feels like there's just no other way around it. It is gonna be the dog pile here coming in from Aurora Gaming. Able to actually dip on out of there, at least for now. But then again, you gave another kill over to Aurora Gaming and yet another assist to the Yi Sun Shin. And I think they're gonna go back for more here. Despite the turtle already falling. Cypher trying to make something happen. Again, just gonna fall short on the damage output.
Rosa calm and relaxed, knowing that he didn't need to use the flicker there. So for Aurora this time around, well, they honestly, it's getting served to them on a silver platter. Oh, look, here's some kills. Here's something that we can counter. Great. Thank you, Cypher. Thank you, Team Max. That, Team Max, again, Cypher just really needs to chill. He's getting closed in on way too easily, taking a bit way too much from Aurora. He does now have the Raging Sandstorm though, so we might see a scenario similar to what we saw against Onic versus the FYG, where Kibo and Sans fell down twice early, but then when they started initiating, actually was able to turn things around for Onic then. Cypher might be able to do that now that he has Raging Sandstorm.
That's true. The Raging Sandstorm obviously is a big tool. It was absent for the last, like, how many team fights? And this time around, this could be a great tool for them to use. Have an opening maybe to hunt down this Yi Sun Shin, which they're trying to do right now. A lot of them are gravitating towards the top side of the map. And they're gonna wait for Pagu. Very good presence. Waited for some good ones. Oh, look at that! Crimson Beacon already used up here. And they're gonna be able to pick off Cypher before he's even able to use that ultimate.
Made that look easy. Pagu saw the overstep, saw the overreach, knowing that even there is a real-world manipulation that he has to worry about. It's fine. He'll be able to get his target. Shunpo, JKD, the kick, the flicker, the kick. And it was way too clean for Pagu. Aurora knows exactly how to take down the center of the map, and they focus all of their firepower on the Khalid.
Yeah, man, this Khalid is just not stonk so far. They're having a hard time making anything happen out of this one. So Cypher needs to catch up. Lest you run the risk of getting run over here. Despite you're the team who's supposed to be running over them. So let's see right now, setting up on the turtle. Great engagement so far. Sakuzu on the middle. He's going to be able to get the retribution on the turtle, but right now, team fight is looking like it is favoring the fighter lineup, with Sigiboom just does not having enough damage output to dish out. And even, look at that, even Tienzi being forced off of his buff.
Great win there for Team Max. Sakzu actually was the one saving it there alongside Bimo the key. Great placement of the real-world manipulation. And most importantly, of course, Sakzu winning the Retribution battle to get the extra shielding for the squad. Latho getting pressured here by this Harith. Don't run Wolf King. Absolutely clutch, and Sigiboom gets punished.
That is huge. Again, you're looking at one of the major components of Aurora Gaming that needs to be slowed down. Yi Sun Shin is only one part of it. The other, obviously, is Sigiboom, who's now going to get forced back.
Team Max might have just found their timing again. It's not coming through surprise initiations, but Cypher, but great overall team play by Team Max to now make this a pretty even game. Pagu just built up the dominance high, should help with a lot of the spell vamp and regen that Team Max has for their fighter-centric lineup. While for Aurora, they do still have a saving grace in the fact that Kenzie was undisturbed in the farming process. 1-0 and 2 has a level advantage over Saksu, which means that the YSS is good. The question is Sigiboom comfortable? Does he have enough damage on him? If not, they can slow down the tempo just a little bit, knowing that their YSS is already good at the farm.
That is true. I mean, even if the Harith does fail, eventually it will be able to catch up, right? Like, it's just an inevitability as long as the other core members actually just go ahead and just keep control of that mid area. Or obviously the opposite side. Which is going to be having that turtle up in the next few seconds. The 7-minute game could spawn into a board, but looks like they're going to go ahead and choose to find a target instead on their opponent. It's going to be Bravest Fighter used up, and the Zalan Force already on the ground. They might just make a beeline for that turtle. But looks like Team Max is very happy to fight this one alongside them. Sakuzu up on the middle, and again they will be able to secure that turtle. That's a very big dog pile that's being done by Team Max. But again, the battle is going on for so long. It's a second Zaman Force, which they will be forcing him off of, and even Rosa can't really do much about it as well.
Team Max, absolutely impressive team fighting, and again, the real-world manipulation has been key. Saksu, look at him! Single-handedly finding Sigiboom in his own base. Double kill for the Lancelot.
And this dive composition, it took a while to, to get some speed. But so far, it is working. They're slowing down the tempo of Aurora Gaming so much that they're actually ahead of the gold now.
Aurora.
Selain Raja ini mereka ini.
Shocking results here so far from Team Max. Zaksu on point. King Aries, really great land shaker as well to eventually catch out Rosa. And I think it's the counterplay that Aurora Gaming are getting caught off guard by. They're initiating through Pagu. Cypher's getting saved now by Bimo the Key, and he has a little bit more sustainability on him that he can survive getting kicked back by Pagu. They take hits and they get slowed by, immobilized by the real world manipulation, which sets up King Aries, Zaksu, and Lei to come in for the chase down. All of their crowd control chaining together. Again, they don't have a lot of damage, but they have a lot of time that they can extend so that Zaksu can eventually finish everyone off, and even Bimo can finish everyone off.
And maybe after that, that's when they take these towers, right? That's when they go for the really big pushes. Pagu misses out on that flicker. Huge blunder. And that might cost Aurora in the next 2 minutes. They're not going to have like that strong engage factor that you have when usually you have a show. And now Pagu's going to have to do this mano-y-mano.
Yeah, he'll have to be really honest with it. Maybe get a little bit of help from Lunar. Through the Falling Star Moon, they can't get Tianzi to initiate. He'll be covering with post-initiation crowd control. But Team Max, they have so many initiators, and they forced out the Crimson Beacon already from Rosa. This is bad news for Aurora.
Yeah, they've got so many to deal with here. Look at that. King Aries, though, gonna get knocked up and forced up. There's a manual kick that we're talking about. King Aries gonna fall, so that's a major one removed. Cypher trying to fight it inside the real world, or the Zaman Force rather, but while all that's happening, Team Max actually already got away with the Lord. Now the question is, will they get away with their lives? We're gonna have to wait and see as Lunar is charging up that Falling Star Moon. Somehow, some way, Team Max is gonna be able to get away, and now they have a Lord walking on the bottom with King Aries and Cypher following soon.
Yeah, that was just Aurora Gaming balancing out their losses. Zaksu was locked into the Lord, and he got that without a problem, as the other members of Aurora, of course, as we saw, were preoccupied with fighting in the lane. So now, Bimo picking up the Lantern here should make defenses and fights even harder for Aurora. That's going to be the sudden spike up in damage that you expect from the Eve, especially since there are a lot of extra HP heroes and items that are getting picked up naturally over the course of the game. Team Max, they can just continue this as long as they don't overheat, because Bimo the Key's positioning has been immaculate.
Absolutely, and look at that. King Aries preempting with the bravest fighter. And here comes that Raging Sandstorm. It misses on the Pagu. He's trying to buy some time, but he's not really buying much. And there you go. Rosa forced out of the Crimson Beacon as well. My, oh my, this game is running out of Aurora Gaming's hands very, very quickly. And it feels like a leak that they can't really stop.
Team Max will keep on going. Way too tanky. Sustained, overloaded. Despite them having an Harith, it seems like all of the spell vamp the region, they have the items to deal with it, but they just have too much of it.
Way too much of it, man. Way too much. It's starting to become really hard for them to actually survive in Cypher, despite having a very bad start. Has actually caught up. I mean, he's doing exactly what his job description is supposed to do, right? He's cast a really good Raging Sandstorm. And maybe just isolate and slice through the Aurora Gaming lineup. You don't need to do a crap ton of damage. You can just go ahead and just slice them and separate them, and your job's done.
Yeah, everything changed after that one play where Pagu tried to take Cypher down, but then Cypher's escape was covered really well by Bimo the Key. And they weren't able to take down the Kali. They wasted some utilities, and then that was a sign, because the next engagements just became a very similar story of Aurora wanting to start. They got a pretty good angle. They're fighting under the Zaman Force, but Team Max just has way too much sustainability, spell vamp, everything to keep themselves alive for so long.
And they're buying a lot of time as well, right? Like Team Max, despite them not being able to finish this game, they have so much control. They can just buy some space. While they're getting set up on the Lord, they also just fix the main days on the bottom. Top side as well, so with the broken wall in. And try to go for a bit of a scout here by Cypher, making sure those bushes aren't booby trapped or anything. And now they want to go for it straight into their faces. Look at that, Rosa up in front, and we got Sigiboom on the bottom, in the mid rather.
Oh, stun.
Gonna go for the front. Cypher is gonna get stunned up, but he caught that very, very well. This Khalid is more than capable of tanking it up. And now it's gonna be Aurora Gaming trying to run away from the onslaught after they take the Lord. Sigiboom making the run for it, dodges out of the Landshaker, but not much else can be done by Aurora after that.
Sigiboom trying to stay alive, he gets kicked. Sigiboom gets the shutdown of the Lancer. Along with the I'm Offended flicker to control the members of Aurora. Rosa falls. BMO the key gets the kill. And Team Max are on the way to ending the game win streak of Aurora. They've been undefeated since MTC Season 6.
That's like so many matches right there, right? So let's see if they can actually finish the job like they should. Lunar's jumping in on 4. Sigiboom's on the back line here, but Luna just can't not last longer. Pago again, such an overthrow on his flicker, and that's like just like Pago Roller game. There's just no way they can defend now. Tianzi gonna fall. Sigiboom all on his own. Rosa arriving with the Crimson Beacon. Will the damage be enough? Not really. That's gonna be a game going over the Team Max.
Team Max snaps the game win streak of Aurora established in MTC Season 6. In the regular season, they played 14 games. Add to that an extra 9 in the